never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The presidents we expect will discuss the matter this week.
The White House says a trade deal with China is coming.
White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett was asked about the status of trade negotiations on ABC's This Week. He said the trade team has been focused 100% like a laser beam on the China matter. Hassett adds that he expects President Trump will update the tariff plan this week. Trump accused China of violating its trade deal and announced that he was doubling steel and aluminum tariffs. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Trump is set to meet with Germany's new chancellor at the White House on Thursday.
It's the first face-to-face meeting between the two leaders since Friedrich Merz was elected in early March. Discussions are expected to focus on trade policy and the Russia-Ukraine war, as both leaders push for a ceasefire deal. Merz is the leader of Germany's center-right Christian Democratic Union. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial continues in Lower Manhattan with more testimony from one accuser, while another could take the stand as soon as midweek.
A former Diddy personal assistant known only as Mia faced another day of cross-examination Monday, again saying Diddy sexually assaulted her and threatened her life. She defended loving texts to him, claiming she was brainwashed. A Beverly Hills hotel employee also took the stand, saying Diddy was charged for oil damage. Meanwhile, a security worker at the LA hotel where Diddy was seen on video attacking ex Cassie Ventura is expected to testify under immunity Tuesday, and an accuser using the pseudonym Jane could take the stand as early as Wednesday. I'm Kristen Marks.
A sheriff's deputy in Washington State is in custody after being arrested for alleged rape and sexual misconduct.
Prosecutors say Ricardo Cueva was leader of the Sheriff's Explorer program when he earned the trust of a teenage girl who was a volunteer in the program. When she turned 17, Cueva sexually assaulted the girl. Cueva owns over 25 guns. If he posts bond, the guns would be seized and Cueva would be placed on GPS monitoring. I'm Brad Ford.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Parole is being recommended for a former follower of Charles Manson.
A California parole board panel has made the recommendation for 77-year-old Patricia Krenwinkel, who was among those convicted for the Tate LaBianca murders in 1969. Krenwinkel's original death sentence was reduced to life in prison following a California Supreme Court ruling that rescinded death sentences issued before 1972. The panel's recommendation still has to be reviewed by Governor Newsom and the full board of parole hearings. Newsom rejected a recommendation for Krenwinkel's parole in 2022. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Summer travel is upon us, and if your plans include traveling abroad, a Middle Eastern carrier is launching a new nonstop flight from Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport.
Etihad Airways says they plan to begin flying from Atlanta to the capital of the United Arab Emirates, Abu Dhabi. Beginning next month, there will be nonstop flights 4 times a week. The Middle Eastern airline says it is currently hiring for a team in Atlanta. The company also plans to add Charlotte, North Carolina to its network map next year. I'm Liz Kennedy.
Toxic heavy metals such as arsenic, cadmium, lead, and mercury are being found in popular rice brands.
A study by Healthy Babies, Bright Futures tested 145 rice samples from various stores in 20 metropolitan areas, including New York, Los Angeles, and Miami. Arsenic was found in all samples, and the study highlighted that brown rice showed the highest levels of heavy metals. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain.
That time once again. Buckle up. Tighten up those seatbelts. It's time to roll. All right, looks like we'll be rolling into a Tuesday. Day number 3 for the month of June. Just like that. So for those just getting their week started out there, closing out the weekend, welcome back, welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yeah, for once, not a bad night outside the secret bunker. Clear skies, 61 degrees, we'll take that. Finally beginning to warm up a bit. Looking at some highs maybe in the 80s over the next few days. All right, the countdown clock is ticking. Meteorological summer just around the corner. So good to have you with us. Hope your week's off to a good start. Now we look at our travelers' weather. Yeah, a whole lot more action tonight than we had 24 hours ago. As anticipated, areas of the central USA again will find themselves under the gun with some stronger storms, torrential rains. Tonight we do have some severe weather. Not talking much as far as any tornadic activity. Most of this is just really torrential rain and strong straight-line winds. South central and southeastern Nebraska, numerous counties. Most of the reports are 60-mile-an-hour straight-line winds, golf ball, quarter to golf ball size hail. And just a lot of rain. Some additional strong storms again tonight in an area which is no stranger to severe weather. Western portions of Texas, once again. It's not a widespread area, just some individual supercells producing, again, strong straight-line winds. A batch of heavy rain from northwest and north-central Oklahoma into south-central Kansas. And then you get up to the Kansas-Nebraska line. That's where you are really seeing a lot of rain through Nebraska tonight. Your travels will be slowed, no doubt about it. From there, areas through the rest of the from Des Moines down to Houston onto the eastern seaboard, it's a relatively quiet night. Eastern half of the country looking pretty good here. More action back into the Four Corners region again tonight. It's a lot of spotty, scattered shower activity. But severe weather will again focus on the central states here in the first week of June. Multiple rounds of storms in the coming days across more than a dozen states. We're not anticipating a significant severe weather outbreak per se, but these storms could disrupt your daily routines. Some could lose power and have some damaging results. A dynamic pair of storms working in tandem, bringing that risk for severe weather across the central portions of the nation. As we look ahead for Tuesday, the severe risk extends from southwestern Wisconsin and western Illinois, southward to northern Texas, Kansas City, Oklahoma City, Dallas, Texas, some of the bigger cities that may be in line for a stronger storm here for your Tuesday. The worst of the storms may focus on the corridor from central Wisconsin to northeastern Missouri. Looking toward midweek storms Wednesday, spreading across more than 1,000 miles from Detroit to Dallas. A lot of hail, gusty winds, flash flooding will be the primary threats. Another wave of low pressure is going to roll out of the Rockies into the central states come midweek. That'll keep the risk for severe weather in place across the center of the country once again. Even in the absence of severe weather, this new storm is going to enhance rainfall in parts of the region. Other places like central and southern Missouri, southeastern Kansas, Oklahoma, where you've had plenty of rainfall well above historical average in the month of May. You're not really needing the heavy rains. Flash flooding will be a concern there. Springfield, Missouri, more than 7.5 inches of rain in the month of May. So some of our rivers and streams already elevated. Any excessive rain could cause some localized flooding. Showers and thunderstorms continue to progress eastward by the end of the week. Meanwhile, the next cold front's going to be moving into the plains. as we look toward next weekend. And that could reignite severe weather in parts of the region once again. Meanwhile, when I looked at the map, I was thinking fog advisories. No, it's not fog, it's smoke. You've got heavy smoke reaching ground levels, rolling through much of Minnesota into Wisconsin through the overnight hours tonight. By later in the day today, the state of Wisconsin says they expect the entire state to have air quality alerts. Smoke from the wildfires in Canada covered most of the eastern and central U.S. by Monday morning. It will linger through the day today. Now, fortunately for people worried about the air quality impacting their health, most of the smoke is remaining high in the atmosphere. And what we're seeing really is the beautiful red sunrises and sunsets like we saw over the weekend. Now, for areas closer to the fires, as we just mentioned, like northern Minnesota, eastern North Dakota, air quality has been unhealthy. Now, we would see some showers and thunderstorms that's going to clear out the air for some by later in the day today. We were just talking some of those storms maybe impacting Wisconsin. But rainfall could bring the smell of that smoke down to the ground level. So, yeah, people outside during some of those showers may actually catch a whiff of smoke. The largest wildfire burning in Canada right now is known as the Shoe Fire in central Saskatchewan, which remains out of control and one of the many sources of smoke that we're seeing here over the lower 48. As of Monday morning, the Shoe Fire had burned 1,490 square miles. So we're talking an area that would be equivalent to the size of the state of Rhode Island. A lot of smoke, very clearly visible on the satellite imagery there. All right, ahead we'll take a look out west, where actually typically the start of June, it's pretty dry in that region of the country. The annual monsoon usually doesn't ramp up until the month of July, but forecasters say what was the former tropical storm Alvin that had developed last week over the eastern Pacific, along with the separate non-tropical storm, is going to kind of conspire to bring some early season rainfall. Who's going to see the rain? All right, we'll break that down for you as we look ahead here. Tuesday coming on. It's 844-844-3388. Philly Dan out of the backs. Good morning, everyone. Happy Tariff Tuesday. All right. Hello to Marianne Shorty, I-95 southbound tonight, Brunswick, Georgia. It's Orlando turnaround number 1. Getting the week started there, 76 degrees. Jerry says, good morning. Be safe. Keep on trucking. That's Jerry in Kokomo, right? Bill, good morning, Steve. 69 here in Douglasville, Georgia. I was driving through Tennessee this past day, keeping my eyes open for the zebra that's on the loose. Be careful out there, drivers. I hadn't caught that zebra on the loose. What part of? I'll have to see where that's at. Hello, Tank. Good morning, Steve. 60 degrees, windy, little rain here in Window Rock, Arizona. Looks like we've got a change of plans. We're headed to Fontana now. Everybody be safe. Have a blessed day. Larry, this week's been underway. Good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. Uncle Chop's in the house. Good morning to the overnight drive. Woodstock, Georgia. Hello, James. Good morning. 71 degrees with clear skies. After these few nice dry days, looks like we've got many more unsettled rainy days headed our way later this week. My grass cannot get any greener. You've had plenty of rain, right? Hello from Bob in Michigan. Rubber Duck, what's happening? Chicago got kicked out of the auction with one of 3 customers' cars inside, trying something new, delivering to and saying, call the auction. Ask him why I was 3 feet from the car, and then 15, 25, 40, 65, and climbing 15 minutes before you closed. Why? Well, because Ahmed took off in my car, and the crack security team is playing Sergeant Schultz. All right, can't sleep in the lot. We've posted that. I'm so done with this. Just another action-packed night there, Rubber Duck. It just goes with your territory, right? All right, Brett, good morning from the Mile High City, 64 degrees, cloudy skies. Still extremely upset with the events in Boulder Sunday. Why does it seem the Democrats support Hamas and the Palestine? They don't want to even condemn the act as a terrorist act. What else could it possibly be? But if it was against another minority, I'm sure it would be front page news. Anyway, Jews always getting screwed. I'm just so tired of it. Yes, Jerry, tell him you love him every chance you get. Hello, Captain Ron. Let's see. Captain Ron checking in. Feeling like shish kebab, as he puts it. But I really like to eat and have a dry bed, so I'm out here gear jamming. Wait a minute. Mine's one of those steering wheel holders, as some drivers call us. Semper Fi, shout out to Knucklebuster and Truckin' Phil this morning. All right. Do you think it's the pneumonia thing? Did you go to the doc and get checked out there, Ron? Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 78 degrees, Ellsworth, Iowa. Just got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded for America's Dairyland. It's an epic night for strolling the boulevard. Boulder, Colorado is my hometown. It's always been a place with angry liberals. So this past weekend's tragedy is no surprise. All right, anyway, everyone have a safe evening on America's Super Speedway. Special one-night-only shout-out to Mr. Horse Feathers from Parks Livestock of Iowa. There's the high-pressure pumping ready to roll. Buckeye Boy is on board. Let's see. Forgive me, Lord, the Michigan Madman. I have sinned. I got put on 30-day probation again. Just probation. I'm not banned for 30 days from my iRacing League, just probation. So I've got this. The old Michigan Madman's got to keep his nose clean for 30 days. Oh, yeah, I got this. Piece of cake. But hello, all from the Michigan Madman. Crazy Ray, there's West Michigan checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio, 64 degrees with clear skies. Hope none of you couldn't find your way out of your closet. Did you catch that story about Joe? Yeah, I believe that was one of the former Secret Service that worked there in the White House with Joe. And I guess over the weekend, where the interview took place, I'm not sure, but he divulged the fact that, Sleepy Joe would literally he said he could not find his way out of his closet. In the mornings there in the White House. No cognitive decline here. Buckeye Boy checking in from Elizabethtown, Kentucky tonight, 63 degrees. Spent over 6.5 hours loading in Charleston, West Virginia. Well, I got everything on, so I'm feeling the weight. Stopped in the hometown, had dinner with a good friend, hope to be in Tyler, Texas by sometime this Thursday. All right, the new pool liner is in. It's being filled as we speak. I'm very tired, so not going to be up much later tonight. Have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. Let's hope everything goes well with the pool liner this year, Buckeye Boy. What a nightmare it was last year. What was it? Three strikes, 3 attempts, and never could get it right. 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Plenty to cover when it comes to industry headlines as we make our way into a brand new day. Hello to Mark. Checking in via Facebook. What's up, Steve? Been sitting at home for the last 2 months, taking care of the wife and daughter while the wife recovered from spinal surgery. But all is well in Beechwood, New Jersey. No northern lights, though. Boo. I guess the big show of the northern lights, it's over. But what a show it was. Pulled the latest from spaceweather.com, and yeah, we had on 2 different occasions reached the severe G4 level category. So right now, technically, the geomagnetic storm is still ongoing. Yeah, KP index at like 5.6. So technically, I guess, northern lights would be more or less confined to maybe the northernmost reaches of the U.S. Friends in Canada probably still may get a glimpse of the northern lights tonight. But yesterday, boy, the geomagnetic storm produced widespread auroras. Alberta, Canada in particular, the northern lights completely filled the sky in all directions. Even turned the ground green. It was incredible. All right, again, we'll get to some of the industry headlines coming up here. Several have mentioned the case out of Boulder, Colorado. They released the mugshot of the 45-year-old illegal Mohammed Sabri Solomon, who carried out the terror attack on Jewish Americans and supporters of Israel this past Sunday. Department of Homeland Security officials subsequently tell Fox News Solomon arrived in the United States via LAX airport in Los Angeles on a tourist visa in August of 2022. That visa expired in February of 2023, but obviously he never departed the U.S. as required by federal law, making him an illegal. Even after the visa had expired, former President Biden's administration approved a work permit for him to hold an American job in March of 2023. That work permit actually expired in March of this year. Homeland Security sources say Solomon had previously attempted to enter the U.S. 20 years ago, but was denied a visa. Still unclear why Biden's Homeland Security approved him for a tourist visa following his prior denial of a visa. A terror attack committed in Boulder, Colorado by an illegal alien, the word from White House senior advisor Stephen Miller, granted a tourist visa by the previous administration, then illegally overstayed his visa. Of course, in response, the administration gave him a work permit. Suicidal migration must be fully reversed. Now, according to ABC News, he told authorities that he planned the attack for a year, waited till his daughter graduated from high school. He said he researched on YouTube how to make Molotov cocktails. He purchased the ingredients to do so and constructed them. He also told police he wanted to, quote, kill all Zionist people and wished they were all dead. This has been declared an act of terrorism by the Justice Department. Phone lines open. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House says a trade deal with China is coming.
White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett was asked about the status of trade negotiations on ABC's This Week. He said the trade team has been focused 100% like a laser beam on the China matter. Trump accused China of violating its trade deal and announced that he was doubling steel and aluminum tariffs. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Trump is set to meet with Germany's new chancellor at the White House on Thursday.
It's the first face-to-face meeting between the two leaders since Friedrich Merz was elected in early March. Discussions are expected to focus on trade policy and the Russia-Ukraine war as both leaders push for a ceasefire deal. Merz is the leader of Germany's center-right Christian Democratic Union. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 35 points. The S&P 500 rose 24 points. The Nasdaq climbed 128 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Trust your week's off to a good start. Good to have you on board as we gather around, rolling into a Tuesday. Alrighty, time zone to time zone. We'll turn the page on the calendar. 3rd day of June already. June. So, topping the industry headlines, let's jump over to many in the industry kind of celebrating, reversing much of the Green New Deal mandates that had been passed by the previous administration as far as impacts on the trucking industry. What was known as advanced clean fleet mandates in California. California has agreed to drop many of those mandates that were dictating some of the stringent emission standards for big rigs. Now, this after a year-long court battle with an anti-regulations group whose legal arm is actually led by the former Attorney General William Barr. California Attorney General Rob Bonta and the California Air Resources Board executive Stephen Cliff agreed in court documents filed last Friday to withdraw the advanced clean fleet mandates, leading the American Free Enterprise Chamber of Commerce to drop their legal challenge. In a document signed by the Obama-appointed federal judge, Troy Nunley, Cliff and Bonta agreed to present a repeal proposal for the advanced clean fleet requirements in a public hearing no later than October 31. They also agreed not to retroactively enforce any such regulations. While a timeline in the court filing cited California had applied for an environmental waiver from the Biden administration back in 2023, AmFree originally sued on ground that Sacramento's regulations violated the Clean Air Act because a waiver had never been obtained. The regulations had been in effect since last year, directing trucking firms to rapidly transition their fleets from diesel to zero-emission vehicles. At the time, Barr called this move a threat to our American free enterprise and suggested the restrictions would lead to negligible environmental benefits at best, while causing negative economic repercussions. So this is the final nail in the coffin of California's crazy attempt to eliminate the traditional trucking sector. Yet another example of Gavin Newsom's complete failure in California, according to Amfrey's CEO. Even after the American public resoundingly voted to steer the country in a new direction last November, liberal states like California are hell-bent on implementing this green agenda that consumers don't want and technology cannot support. Amfrey will remain vigilant, holding blue states to account for their misguided crusade that defies common sense, flies in the face of consumer choice and freedom, and ensuring completely failed politicians like Gavin Newsom, eager to run away from their liberal records, are reminded of the disastrous policies that occurred on their watch. The group positions itself as a more free market alternative to the pro-business stalwart known as the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. An official for CARB noted that not all the elements of the advanced clean fleet regulations are being dropped, and that the proposal will seek repeal of certain elements and move against enforcement of other requirements. One major regional trucking outfit celebrating the news. Speaking to Fox News Digital, that firms all over the country had a shared interest in seeing California's mandates being reversed. Here in Alabama and all across America, we stand for every day for our members to defend free enterprise and stand against failed policies from states like California. That was the CEO of the Alabama Trucking Association, Mark Colson. And again, so trucking associations around the country kind of celebrating going back. It's the end of the attempts to eliminate the diesel engine, right? Which that was California's ultimate goal from the very beginning. Our number, 844-844-3388. Hello, Jason, passing through Champaign, Illinois tonight, 68 degrees, kind of an overcast sky, but dry roads at the moment. Keep on trucking. All right, and there's Roy, Northwest Illinois, checking in. Good evening, 72 degrees. Thanks for being with us there, Roy. And Eagle, kick things off here this Tuesday morning. How we doing, Eagle? How's your week starting out?
Yeah, I'm doing all good. I'm doing good. I didn't get a chance to call in last night. I didn't get a chance to get in last night, but because I got out last week on the weekend after the Memorial Day. I got out kind of late last week, so I was busy all weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Hopefully I can get back to Texas by this Friday. But they got a lot of things going on in the news, Steve, as usual. It seems like every day it's hard to keep up with so much stuff that's going on. But I want to start by talking about, I got to get a few more details about it, and then I got another truck driving issue I want to focus on. But the main thing, what I want to talk about is what's going on with Ukraine and Russia, Steve. The Ukraine has made they've made a bad mistake doing what they did by sending these missiles or whatever it was over here to hit these planes with Putin. At this point, it looks like negotiations, if there was negotiations, have totally broken down between the two countries, and it could lead to an all-out Vladimir Putin doing something that the unthinkable. Because they pushing him to the point. Pappy said last week when I had called, was talking about it. I couldn't verify that information, but he said that that the reason why Putin had planned an attack last week, why he was so, I didn't know that he said that Zelensky had tried to send a drone attack to try to assassinate Putin, and that's why he was so pissed off. This guy Zelensky's making a lot of bad mistakes. Apparently, it's obvious that he's not listening to Donald Trump and his advice. He's doing what he want to do, so he's only escalating the problem. And see, the sad part about it is, Steve, it's a war that this guy can't win. You know, he doesn't have the technology. He doesn't have the manpower. He's not going to be able to defeat Vladimir Putin without the help of the United States getting involved. And at this point, you know, for some reason, he thinks Joe Biden is still in the White House. Joe Biden is not in the White House. We're not going to continue to give this guy military weapons and money and all that. So I don't know how he's planning on fighting this war. But he's going about it the wrong way, and it's a battle that he can't win. Donald Trump told him that in the White House a couple of months ago when they met face to face. But what he did a couple of days ago, or a couple of days or so ago, is totally ridiculous to do what he did. And Vladimir Putin, he's only angering this man. And Putin is a very dangerous individual. There's no telling what his response might be, Steve. It could, you know, I hope he doesn't go to the nuclear deal. But at this point, Vladimir Putin, you know, I think he's capable of anything. So it wouldn't surprise me if he goes to the nuclear arsenal to try to make his point. And because he's not even talking to Donald Trump, he's not even communicating with Trump to even try to settle this thing down. So anything can happen in the next couple of days. So people better keep their eyes open and keep their eyes open on the situation. Now, I want to go back to another thing, Steve. These camera situations, again, that we were talking about last week. Okay, I told you in the past, Steve, you know, I look at a lot of YouTube videos and other videos, you know, because I don't have, you know, because you don't have really much time to watch television in a truck. You know, you can look at your phone. Okay, I told you I continue to see these videos over the last couple of years, and it's the same company over and over and over again with these young punks out of truck driving school, this 21, 20, 23 years old, just started driving, and they sign on to drive for this loser company out of Springfield, Missouri called Prime. They continue, and these idiots they sign them up to these bogus lease programs, and all you got on YouTube is video after video of truck drivers that drive for Prime complaining about Prime this, Prime screwed me out of my paycheck. Prime screwed me out of this. They didn't get me home. Prime didn't do this for me. Prime didn't do that. I signed the lease contract and I'm not making no money. Well, what a surprise. You have less than 6 months experience. You call yourself an owner operator or a lease driver. You know nothing about the trucking industry, and you got the nerve to sign your dotted line, and you haven't even been driving a truck for a year. You're setting yourself up for failure from the beginning, Steve. When you haven't even been driving a truck a year and you got the nerve to sign on to a lease deal. But now the latest controversy they got going on is with the cameras again at Prime, because Prime has recently installed cameras in their trucks over the last 6 to 8 months, from what I'm understanding. And now they've had lawsuits filed against them by some of their drivers claiming invasion of privacy and other things. Yeah.
Yeah, it's invasion of privacy.
What'd you say?
Yep, you're correct. Go on.
Yeah. You get these guys filing lawsuits and quitting, threatening to quit the company, this and that. But like I said, these people, they signed on to this deal, Steve. They knew nobody forced the camera onto these people. When you apply for a job at Prime, they let you know that they got cameras in them. Nobody's forcing you. If you don't, like me, I would never even fill out an application for Prime. The minute I heard minute I know that they got cameras, that they automatically go off of my list of future employers. But like I said, these guys signed these deals, and now they're raising all kind of hell about invasion of privacy, that the cameras are cutting on while they sleep at night, that they feel like they're being watched. And that I told you, another guy called you last week about the points. They got this point thing now to where any little, you could be driving down the truck and down the road, Steve, and you grab your Coke in the Coke holder, And that's a violation because they want you to have two hands on the steering. You're not allowed to drive down the road eating food or talking on your phone. You got to have your seatbelt on. All these little things can trigger. If you slam on the brakes at a certain time, 5 to 10 seconds or whatever you was doing before you decided to get that Coke out of the Coke holder is recorded. So they can clearly see that you didn't have your hands on the steering wheel. So they adding all these points up, and they starting to terminate people for the violating company policy of not driving, focusing on the road. So, like I said, like I told you before, Steve, cameras, you don't need to have a camera facing you forward. If they really want, with all the accidents that we have, you see these guys that can't even back a truck up at a truck stop. They have so many backing accidents at these truck stops now. That's what they need to be putting rear backing cameras on the back of these trailers so these guys can actually see what they're backing up to, and maybe that would stop some of these backing accidents. But like I said, as far as the cameras in the cab, it's just not going to work. It's not a winning solution. That's not going to stop people from having accidents. I told you this the other night, Steve. Truck driving has been around, monkey gouger, heel bear, other people were grumping all that. Truck driving has been around for a long time, 40s, 50s, 60s. And guess what? They didn't. So I don't want to hear somebody say that you have to have a camera in your truck to be safe, because I know for a fact those trucks that were running in the 50s and 60s and 70s, they didn't have cameras in them, and they had drivers running over 1 million miles or more with no accident free, and they wouldn't have an accident like they are now. So anybody who calls in tonight and claims that you have to have a camera in your truck for you to be a safe driver, they're only fooling themselves, because it's been done in the past with guys driving trucks without cameras in their trucks. And I'm getting tired of people saying that we have to have cameras in the trucks to make America safe, because we don't. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, underway. All right, got the new week started here. Yes, the big question, how will Putin respond to what they are describing as, Russia's Pearl Harbor moment? Newsweek's headline, Ukrainian drone strikes against air bases deep inside Russia are grounds for a nuclear response. According to a Kremlin-backed newspaper, anticipation over what Moscow will do after what has been described as the country's Pearl Harbor. Now, the comments by a Russian political analyst followed the revelation from Ukraine's security service that the drone operation had struck 4 different air bases and 41 strategic bombers, inflicting $7 billion worth of damage. Now, the remarks supposedly do not reflect the stated Kremlin position, but all eyes will be on Moscow's response as Russian and Ukraine delegations meet in Istanbul. Those meetings supposedly took place yesterday, and so I haven't seen were there any positive momentum. I don't know. But we can expect a great deal of sound and fury from Moscow. Pro-Russian Telegram channels compared Ukraine's strikes on Sunday to the Imperial Japanese Navy's attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941. The Russian high command must have been as shocked as the Americans were in 1941. Pro-Russian military bloggers and some officials blamed Russian leadership for failing to protect military infrastructure as far away as Siberia in an attack that delivered a stunning public relations coup for Kyiv, of course, which could also risk escalation as the stalled peace talks were to restart yesterday. The operation had a code name known as Spider's Web. Supposedly 18 months in the planning stages, but ultimately large-scale simultaneous series of drone strikes against air bases in Russia on Sunday. I mean, some of these 2,500 miles away from the front line there in Ukraine.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
I was reading through some of the reports this past evening where it's Operation Spiderweb. Yeah, how are they able to get all these trucks simultaneously in place strategically throughout the country? I mean, again, 4 separate air bases. Yeah, Russian forces and officials, of course, rounding up all the truck drivers. Trying to figure out if they were like inside the operation. And all these truck drivers' interviews, they had no idea what they were hauling. One driver describing he was hauling like a load that was like a modular home or something, and suddenly his directions had him going down this particular roadway at this particular time, and he said the roof just popped off and all these drones started launching from the roof of his truck. That's, driver after driver saying that they had no idea what was going on. There's actually some videos. One of the drivers got out of his truck where he was parked, and he's filming all these drones just launching out of the top of his tractor trailer. An SBU source described seeing planes burning en masse thanks to the drones being launched from trucks deep inside Russia. The director of Egmont Institute, a think tank in Brussels, says that this strike proved that Russia wasn't winning as much as they thought it was. At a time when Putin seems to think he's winning on the battlefield, this demonstrates that his forces are, in fact, very vulnerable. This may not change the course of the war, but it does mean every gain that Russia makes is coming at a very high cost. He also expressed amazement that Ukraine managed to destroy a significant part of Russia's bomber force. I mean, they said they're describing it as stunning, a stunning, audacious attack. Not all the planes were virtually destroyed. Many were, but damaged or destroyed over 40 Russian military aircraft, including strategic bombers like Tu-95s and Tu-22M3s, in addition to at least one A-50 surveillance plane, according to CNN. Zelensky said it took over a year and a half to plan, but the timing strategically, that just days out from the latest round of peace talks between the two nations. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's former senior advisor criticizing the strike in a post on X, arguing that this was not conducive to peace to commit such an attack. And they have said multiple times the Trump administration was not reportedly made aware of this strike beforehand. Very interesting. All right, we'll get Brain Dead be checking in here. Hey, it's technically his Saturday, spending a night off at the house with the Hound Dogs, I do believe. Knucklebuster and room for you at 844-844-3388.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial continues in Lower Manhattan, with more testimony from one accuser, while another could take the stand as soon as midweek.
A former Diddy personal assistant known only as Mia faced another day of cross-examination Monday, again saying Diddy sexually assaulted her and threatened her life. She defended loving texts to him, claiming she was brainwashed. A Beverly Hills hotel employee also took the stand, saying Diddy was charged for oil damage. Meanwhile, a security worker at the LA hotel where Diddy was seen on video attacking ex Cassie Ventura is expected to testify under immunity Tuesday, and an accuser using the pseudonym Jane could take the stand as early as Wednesday. I'm Kristen Marks.
President Trump will seek congressional approval for DOGE-related spending cuts in the fiscal year.
Procedure called pocket rescissions later in the year to be able to bank some of these savings.
Office of Management and Budget Director Russell Vought says the White House will use a special tool which recommends Congress take back spending it has already approved.
It's a provision that has been rarely used, but it is there, and we intend to use all of these tools. We want Congress to pass it where it's necessary. We also have executive tools.
He told CNN State of the Union it was used for over 200 years, but stopped in the 1970s. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Trump administration is confident it will overcome any court challenges to the tariff policy.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick told Fox News Sunday that the latest challenge put the trade team back about a week, but added every country has returned to the bargaining table.
All of the countries that are negotiating with us understand the power of Donald Trump and his ability to protect the American worker. And so what they're doing is they're negotiating with us.
Lutnick affirmed the constitutional powers the president has to enact emergency tariffs if the nation is at risk. Trump's tariff plan was reinstated by a federal appeals court last week after it was halted by a lower court. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
The latest data breach may be one of the biggest ever in the U.S.
A security researcher uncovered a massive breach that compromised more than 184 million passwords for platforms such as Google, Microsoft, Apple, Facebook, and Snapchat. Users are advised to change their passwords. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Fullerton, California could be looking at a more self-governing power.
Some Fullerton City Council members are looking into options on how it can become a charter city. Right now, it's a general law city governed by the laws generated by the California legislature. It has little autonomy to make its own decisions about municipal affairs. There are several ways to go about writing up a city charter, but eventually it'll be up to the voters to decide. I'm Jim Roop.
Exercise could reduce the risk of colon cancer.
A new study found that people who had recovered from colon cancer that developed a personal exercise program were 90% cancer-free after 8 years. Patients without an exercise program were 83% cancer-free. The findings were published in the New England Journal of Medicine. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Caring.com, a resource for seniors, is out with its Senior Happiness Index.
It shows where in the country seniors are happiest and is based on Wallet Hub's State Happiness Roundup. It weighs factors including cost of living, average life expectancy, health rates in residents over 60, and the number of senior centers per state. The top state for senior happiness is Utah, with a happiness score of 7.69 out of 10. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, welcome back as we roll into a brand new day. From time zone to time zone, turn the page on the calendar, working our way to the third day of June here, Tuesday. It made it through the greatest day of the week. Got the hard part behind us. Now it's time to get productive, right? Taking a look out west, where it's typically dry to start the month of June. Yeah, monsoon season doesn't usually ramp up till July, but there's a low-pressure area tapping into moisture from the Gulf of California, and additionally, moisture from the eastern Pacific being brought north by former tropical storm Alvin that will actually cause some thunderstorms in the desert southwest here through the day ahead. Overall, the rain will be beneficial. Much of the region's been entrenched in an extreme to exceptional drought. Now, while the rainfall from thunderstorms will be beneficial, lightning, of course, can be dangerous, especially for those planning to spend time outdoors. The uptick in rain and thunderstorms will also bring an uptick in humidity in some locations. As often the case is out west, thunderstorms may contain very little or in some cases no rainfall. Gusty winds caused by these thunderstorms could then present another hazard, as in dust storms. Very sudden drops in visibility. For motorists traveling at highway speed, you may need to slow down very quickly, which can be very dangerous to other motorists. But Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, southwestern Colorado, and eastern portions of Southern California could be areas most likely to experience blowing dust. And of course, where too much rain falls, flooding can be a concern. Flash flooding often occurs in the arroyos or dry stream beds, small streams and canyons that they rapidly fill with water, even with thunderstorms that occur miles upstream. The Four Corners in southeast California will be the focus of the showers and thunderstorms, while the intensity of showers may subside a bit here Tuesday and likely be confined to higher elevations. The coverage area is expected to expand as moisture expands over the next several days. Some of these thunderstorms may extend as far north as Idaho and southern Montana. They won't be as strong, but can certainly prompt flash flooding, especially across areas that have had very little rain as of this time of year. Showers and thunderstorms should finally come to an end in Arizona and New Mexico by the end of the week. Moisture is going to be focused further to the north. So a little bit of needed rainfall. I don't think most are going to complain about that in areas out west, but watch out for the potential of dust storms. Morning, Brain Dead.
Morning, Steve-O. You know, I got a bunch of stuff for baseball and football and NASCAR and racing stuff, but I just saw something that kind of threw me for a little loop when I was doing this little research. Yellow today sold 4 terminals for $6.8 million. I saw a news article on FreightWaves about it. And I'm glad that they're actually selling off some of this little by little by little. And I don't know what it's going to take to speed it up. So I did a little digging and a little research. Now, Steve, I know you're sitting down for this.
Yes.
I went through the bankruptcy court filing. And this is insanity. And everybody does not want this to change to a Chapter 7 from a Chapter 11. Let me explain. This court filing is dated April 30th. Now, every month, the people in charge of overseeing the bankruptcy for Yellow have to report back to the judge the report of everything that's been going on for the month.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to take a guess as to how many full-time employees they had on payroll for last month?
Probably more than I would expect, right?
511.
Okay.
I did not stutter. What in the wide world of sports does 511 people have to do with overseeing the bankruptcy of a major corporation?
Must be a
I
lot
would love to know
of paperwork, Brain Dead. It's got to be a lot of paperwork.
Well, we're not dealing with the government here, so what's your point, Steve?
Right.
But this is the bottom line, and I don't know if Heatwave's listening or any ones from Yellow are listening. They lost $14.3 million last month. I didn't stutter.
Lost
$14.3 million. Lost.
How are we losing?
Now,
how are we losing money at this point? What do you mean losing money?
Well, it's a lot of the operating into a lot of the depreciation, the goods, there's a whole breakdown here. I'll send you the report. What is going on, what they itemized and breakdown. But the thing that really intrigued me is they have $950 million in the bank. 950. Why, do we not have our money?
Mm-hmm.
Because the vacation, the PTO, and all of that's been approved. But yet we don't have a check. And also to what's going on with these other properties that are waiting to be sold? You know, there's still Memphis's one terminal that has not been sold yet. I mean, you're still hanging on to these terminals. Why are they not been sold? Why are we holding on to these? Because if you're losing $14.3 million a month, I don't see why they need to keep these operating entities going if they're not going to be using them. I mean, the Tupelo terminal I saw in that article sold for $285,000. That's a 20-door terminal. I don't think anybody will take that place. They might as well just bulldoze and start over again. So, anyway, let's get on some sports stuff, Steve. How about that?
What do we got? Where are we going to start?
Well, I don't know if our buddy Rick Friend is listening or not, but on behalf of Dingbat and myself, we want to send our condolences to Ellie De La Cruz. Now, he lost his sister before the game on Sunday, and he even still played the game on Sunday, and he marked up his cleats, for his sister. That apparently they said that she had a medical condition that had happened. And the one thing that I found interesting, though, is he was up at bat and he hit a home run for her, and you saw her do the whole, the Catholic thing. So that is just, you really could not get any better than that. So let me switch over to some NASCAR stuff now. Did you happen to see on going to YouTube, and you will see the wreck that Jack Beckman had at the New England Nationals? I don't know how in the world that wreck happened, but that is scary when you just leave the starting line and you take a 90-degree right turn straight into the wall, and he walked away. That says something about these NHRA cars and how they build them. So, with that being said, the other notes, there we go. We are leaving Michigan. We're heading to Michigan this week. Byron is still out front in the points. Then there's Larson, Bell, Hamlin, and Chase Elliott is fifth. If the playoff was to start today, Kyle Busch would be in, Ryan Preece would be out. Now, here's something interesting that I found. If the playoff started today, all 4 Hendrick cars would be in, all 3 Penske cars would be in, 3 of the 4 Gibbs cars, and 2 of the 3 2311 cars would be in as well. So, do you want to smash your break and come back?
We can do that, and let me see here. It's 844-844-3388. Got a brand new day, Tuesday, coming on. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Back at it here. We're rolling into a brand new day. Good to have you with us. Back to Brain Dead. Talking a little NASCAR action. All right, welcome back.
I got a couple more things. I'm going to flip over to some college football and baseball. We're going to bounce all over the place today. Now, speaking of Nashville, I don't know, I didn't catch this last night or not, but apparently Ricky Stenhouse and Carson Hocevar had a little dust up at the race in Nashville. Now, it all started at 106 when Hocevar hit Stenhouse from the rear, causing him to hit the outside wall. Stenhouse said in an interview that there's a big problem with Hocevar and someone needs to do something about it. And I think he's hinting towards let's go out in the parking lot and settle it,
right.
Yeah, like they did at the All-Star race here, what was it, a year or two ago. Hocevar did not apologize for anything, and he said that he did not see, he didn't know what was going on until after he saw the replay. Now, if you watch the replay, you will see Hocevar had the bottom line, and Stenhouse came over on top of him. Now, the thing, though, is you get the conspiracy theorist, Steve. You get those tinfoil hats going, and people say no, Hocevar had a big run and ran into the back of Stenhouse. I've seen the replay of it. No, Stenhouse came down on top of Hocevar. Now, remember we have talked about that Ram is coming back into the truck series.
Mm-hmm.
Remember all this?
Mm-hmm.
Well, apparently they have recruited their first driver. Would you like to take a guess of who that driver is?
It's not a Petty, is it?
No, I would love to see Richard Petty in one of these NASCAR trucks, but I don't, at his age, I don't think it's going to happen. But no, they're saying Cletus McFarland is going to run one of these Ram trucks in the truck series in 2027.
Okay, how about that?
If he's going the way he is going, I could see that. He's only ran 3 ARCA races this year. He's done other than Daytona, he's done pretty decent, and he's getting there. I think he's doing Bristol next, if I remember right. I'd have to go back and check the calendar, but still, I can see him moving up that way, because he said when he started this whole venture with ARCA at the Daytona 500, he wants to run the Cup Series Daytona 500 series. So now, a little research. Yes, Knucklebuster, you were right. The SEC did change the penalty for rushing the court or field after the game to a flat $500,000. They said, quote, that is a very serious offense, and they are worried about not just the fans getting hurt or injured, but the players and staff as well. Now, they are going to be upping the security at all these events, and the fine will be distributed to the visiting team. But now the bigger question is, will this actually work? So, where's my other note? Here we go. Now, we were talking last night about the Reds, right? And about how bad they're doing right now, or how good they're doing, Rick. So the thing is, though, the one thing that can help is get McClain going again. He missed all of last season due to a left shoulder injury. He was supposed to be a big piece of the lineup this year, but he has struggled since then. He's hit 3 home runs. Yeah, 3 home runs in the first week of the season. Right now, he's got a left hamstring injury, and it didn't help matters either. He has been hitless, and he's been at the bottom of the order. My opinion, and this, if I had the pencil or the creative control, I would replace him with either Marte, Benson, or Gavin Lux and bring them up, because he needs to go down to AA or AAA right now. Let's see. The Tigers, I guess you've heard about this, though. Now, we all know the Rockies have lost 50 games this season. They are the winners, the fastest way to get to the bottom, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Tigers have won 40 games this season. That is the fastest of 40 games that I have ever seen. Now, the Mariners. Now, you know who Ichiro and Randy Johnson are, correct?
Of course, yes.
Okay. Next year, the Mariners are going to retire their jersey, and rightfully so. Randy Johnson was one heck of a good pitcher, and Ichiro was a heck of a good hitter. I mean, you can't say nothing about it. But now, J.P. Crawford, he's had a heck of a weekend. Thursday night, he was ejected, I think it was the 6th inning, playing the Nationals on a strikeout call at the game. And I mean, him and the ump got into it so bad, the manager is sitting there trying to get squeezed in between them. I mean, it got pretty heated. But then he come back the next night in the game with the Twins and hit a home run so far it took out part of the scoreboard. So it's kind of like, hey, you know what? You want to eject me? Fine. Here's your scoreboard. Bye. Taylor Walls for the Marlins was ejected at his last bat of the 9th inning against the Astros on Sunday. Now, what started all this is he stepped out of the batter's box twice and called a timeout after the last pitch was too low for a strike, because you tap your helmet, you want that replay. So when he got back in the batter's box, all he did was adjusted the helmet, and the umpire came in front of the catcher and came unglued. And let me tell you, if you could see video of that, Steve, I tell you what, the whole weekend of baseball was just so much fun. So, speaking of fun, I got to get up early in the morning and go take care of some things here, including these 2 hounds just snoring away, Steve. So I'll talk to you later. You have.
Hey, I was going to ask you last evening, when would the Colorado Rockies when will they reach 10 wins on the season? And they did finally this past. Yeah, they were at 9 wins, 50 losses. So now I'm not sure who'd they play. Who lost to the Rockies last night? But Rockies now with 10 wins, 50 losses. And right there toward the tail end of last evening's show, I was kind of questioning Yeah, what kind of attendance numbers? I was just assuming the stands would be nearly vacant because that was the case, last year. Chicago White Sox, worst team in baseball. And as the season progressed, nary a fan in the stands, playing to nearly an empty stadium. And I did a little research after the show this past morning, and I was very surprised that their attendance numbers, I guess Rockies fans are true, dedicated diehards, win or lose. Yeah, they still have, I believe they were either 13th or 16th in Major League Baseball for attendance right now, or at least as of a few days ago. They were 9-47 when they said that. Yeah, still. So, there's a whole lot of teams out there with much better win records that have fewer people actually showing up for the games. I was totally astounded by that. Now, when I posted the link to that, I had a lot of folks kind of chiming in. Some were saying, well, marijuana is legal in Colorado. They're all stoned. They don't know what's going on the field anyway, I don't. Could be. All right, we'll get a news break coming up here. Staff at FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, left kind of befuddled this past day after the head of the disaster agency said he had not been aware that the country has a hurricane season. That, according to several sources familiar with the situation, Sommers saying was this kind of like a joke? Yeah, we all know there's a hurricane season. Of course, we're now 3 days officially into the Atlantic hurricane season, June through November. I think he was just kind of making a funny there, but a lot of people taking it serious. More on that coming up here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration has released a list of so-called sanctuary cities across America.
The list has about 600 cities and counties, including Los Angeles, New York City, Chicago, and Seattle. Sanctuary cities have limits on what questions residents can be asked about their immigration status, and the cities won't help federal officials with immigration enforcement. Homeland Security says it will notify those cities that are not in compliance and send out updates as the federal enforcement rolls out. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
House Speaker Mike Johnson says the White House spending bill will actually strengthen Medicaid.
There are no Medicaid cuts in the big, beautiful bill.
Johnson told NBC's Meet the Press the bill protects all safety net programs by implementing much-needed reforms. He added it will cut the deficit by over $1 trillion during 10 years. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, coming up, we're going to head out to Colorado. Brett wanted to talk about the Rockies there. First, let me get to Knucklebuster. What's going on this morning?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. I'm going to tell Brain Dead don't be picking on Ricky Steinhouse Jr. now, because he ain't got but one problem. He comes from North Mississippi. He's from the same town I am. I live in Branch here, so he can't drive a race car. And he ain't no good for Danica either, so she didn't take long to get rid of his butt. Same thing with what's his name up there in Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Yep, she didn't hold on to him too long either, did he? I'm going to tell him, if you can't satisfy a woman, you ask any woman, Steve, she'll tell you when you go out to dinner for tacos, like damn sure you get it all over your face. If you don't, you ain't doing it right.
Uh-huh.
So... all right. Well, anyway, I'll give you an update on Tennessee. They done 2 biopsies on her today. She has no cancer in her bones. But we don't have the results back on the biopsy yet, so that'll take about 2 or 3 days. But they're going to do rehab in the hospital she's in instead of sending her to another hospital. So. That was some good news there. So, but anyway, so she's hanging tough. She's a tough old girl. If she wasn't tough, she wouldn't have never married me, right?
You can say that again.
Somebody put up with all my bull on it anyway there. So, anyway, but y'all can see that 844-844-3388. If you don't start calling him, I'm going to start talking bad about you on the air. And you know you don't want me talking bad about you. I ain't going to say nothing nasty anyway. Hey, see, Bubba and Earl called me today. I hadn't heard from them in a while. And Bubba was telling me Earl is dating a homeless woman.
Okay. And the rest of the story?
All right, well, yeah, I was thinking the rest of the story there. Earl said there's one good thing about dating a homeless woman, Steve. You can drop her off anywhere and at any time. So.
Oh, boy.
I know that's right. Well, I'm gonna shut my big mouth. Y'all call Steve there. Let's keep this thing rolling down the road. I gotta be working till the same time you get off this morning. So
all right,
let's keep it trucking, buddy.
We got several miles yet to roll. In other words, all right, somewhere in Colorado, Denver, I do believe. Is this Brett?
Yes, this is Brett. How's it going, Steve?
Doing well. Good morning or good evening, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard you talking about the Colorado Rockies and their attendance and all that. I can tell you exactly why they still have a decent attendance. A lot of people that live in the Denver area are not from Colorado. So when their team comes to play, they go to the games. And also the people in Denver go to Rockies games because of the rooftop bar, the view of the mountains, and it's right downtown Denver. So it's like the pregame party to going out to all the bars.
Okay, so it's just so a lot of what, vacationers or people out there for ski trips and things like that,
or people who have moved to Colorado from other places. Like, for instance, I'm from New York originally. I moved to Colorado, so a lot of people have moved from other states to Colorado, so they, still go to baseball games to root for their team, like I did last week for the Yankees.
Okay.
Which was actually kind of embarrassing because the Rockies actually beat the Yankees. That was very embarrassing.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but really, it's because it's right downtown, and it's just a thing to do before going out for the night to the different bars and restaurants, and that's why the Rockies will never get better, because people still go, and the owner doesn't care at all, and he's not going to invest if people keep coming to games and spend money there.
So as long as you're making money, even with a losing team, what's the necessity to improve, you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Dick Monfort, the owner, hasn't done anything. The last thing he did, he traded away Arenado they had to pay the Cardinals to take him away, and Nolan Arenado's a really good player. So, the guy doesn't know what the heck he's doing, and Rocky fans here hate him. They fired the coach, but, Bud Black wasn't really the problem. The problem is the owner and the GM. The coach can only play what the GM, gets. So, it's just, it's a mess. And, they're the Rockies, the other teams in Denver, like the Colorado Avalanche, the Nuggets, they just won championships a couple of years ago. The Broncos are back on the rise, but the Rockies are always the big butt end of the joke here in Colorado.
Very interesting. Well, Brett, you're a first-time caller. Where do you catch our program? Did you find us on Facebook or YouTube or?
Yeah. I found you guys on YouTube there.
Okay. Well, I'm going to get you a first-time caller code there. Have you listened for a while? Are you familiar with Hot Shot Secret products? You ever tried them or?
I haven't tried them. No.
Well,
I've heard it on your program.
I'll get you a $60 code that you can punch in. Go to the website, hotshotsecret.com, and you can try. If you have a gas engine or a diesel engine in your vehicle?
Gas.
So get yourself a bottle of the. Is it a newer vehicle or you got some miles on it?
Yeah, I got about 20,000 miles.
Okay, so you can start off with get a bottle of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, and get you a bottle of Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. That voucher should cover that, and you'll be a first time orderer. You'll get free shipping. Yeah, try it out and see how it works. And yeah, I'm kind of like a pusher. I'm going to get you to try this, and then you'll be hooked, and you're going to continue to use it.
Okay.
All right. All right. Thank you so much for dialing us up there. Found us on YouTube. Very good. That's the name of the game. 19 before the hour. Brother Rambler, back from vacation. Wow. How was the vacation?
Oh, well, first off, praise God and hello to all of God's children out there listening to us in the high deserts of Ely, Nevada, all the way to the Gulf Coast of Houston, Texas on 1040 AM. Glad to be back with you, Steve. And, you know, praise God, brother. We had a great vacation. The wife went on a cruise with her brother, Mark. And how that all come about was, it was originally Mark and his mother was going on a cruise, and she passed away, unfortunately, and so he had the extra ticket, and everything's already paid for. So she's like, "Well, yeah, I'll go." And she asked me, I'm like, "Yeah, I don't care." I mean, my Lord, I get a week. I get a week by myself without having no one nagging at me and no one telling me you can't eat this and you're diabetic, you don't need to eat that, and just come go as I please and do what I want. It's almost like I was single, but without the drugs and alcohol to go with it, you know, instead of the drugs and alcohol back when I was a bachelor, which I never did drugs, by the way. I replaced it with the blood of Jesus Christ. So, hey, we had a good time, got caught up on a lot of TV watching, held down the recliner, donations given to our church. To the tithe payers, thank you so much. We got paint and everything to paint the church with now. So the reason why I ain't got done yet, I've just been too lazy, Steve. So that's all on me. But praise God. And Brett, I have been following the Rockies since 1993, since they came into the Major League Baseball. You know, growing up as a kid, Steve, I was a New York Yankees fan because living in Miami, Florida, there was no such thing as a Tampa Bay Rays or the Florida Marlins. You either had the Mets or the Yankees. That's what you picked. And I was like, well, I liked seeing the temper tantrums Billy Martin threw, so I was always – and I was a big Don Mattingly and Dave Winfield fan, so I was always with the Yankees. But I always liked the Rockies because they always had nice-looking uniforms. And, you know, Brett, I can remember whenever Clint Hurdle, which I just found out that Clint Hurdle is back with the Rockies, but he's not a manager. He is the outfielder and the bench coach, and he's interim. But I remember when Clint Hurdle was managing that team, they had Matt Holliday, number 25. I still got his jersey hanging in my closet. And they went on that 21-game win streak, and they went to the World Series in 2008 just to get swept by the Boston Red Sox, and that really stung. But yeah, it's always been the Atlanta Braves, the Rockies, and the Yankees. It's always been my teams, and I just hate the Rockies are just on this. It's kind of like the Pittsburgh Pirates and how they used to be back in the day. Just I hate to see that they're on this losing streak, but I hope they'll pull the nose up, and so. It can happen. It happened once. It can happen again. So, you know, good luck to the Rockies. Y'all are going to need it. But praise God, Steve. I mean, we had a pretty good vacation. And Knuckle Buster, hold on, man. Let me get the voiceover guy. Voiceover guy, come here. Get on line. And let's tell people how you really contact me. Come here. Hold on, Steve. I'm going to put you on with the voiceover guy. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. West of the Mississippi, call Steve now at 844-844-3388. East of the Mississippi River, call Steve for all your latest info and trucking news at 844-844-3388. Now, here's the host of the Overnight Drive, Steve Sommers. All right. Thank you, voiceover guy.
Thank you, voiceover guy.
Don't forget about me. Gilligan impersonator. We didn't answer. I got to do my Brother Rambler. You've been missing the entire week. And the West Virginia Mountaineers. I'm so excited about Rich Rodriguez. Gilligan, don't want to care about your Mountaineers and Rich Rodriguez. I know you love him to death, but you'll have your chance to call in another time. I'm sorry, the Gilligan impersonator wanted to get a word in edgewise, too. I apologize for that, Steve. He just
wants to interrupt and cause problems here. But back to what I was saying, vacation was good. It really was. And we got a lot of rest. I know we've had a lot of stuff happen since then. Unfortunately, we lost Phil Robertson. God, man, what a man of God he was. And spent a lot of time watching a lot of clips and realized, you know, I tell you what, there's a lot of fakes in this world. That man wasn't a fake. You know, he was wealthy beyond all ways and means, but he sure didn't flaunt it and sure didn't show it. And his whole purpose was to tell people about Jesus. And, you know, that's my whole purpose, Steve, is, you know, I often said I never wanted to be, you know, in some kind of an entertainer, because I take the gospel very seriously. But sometimes you got to have a sort of an entertainment side to it in order to get people to come and want to hear about the word of Jesus Christ, you know, the gospel of Jesus. And I want to encourage everyone to tune in this Sunday to Determined Ministries Church. Determined Ministries Church at 5 o'clock Central Standard Time, 6 o'clock Eastern Time. Steve, the message is going to be, the Lord's already gave it. Have you ever stopped and thought, why did God truly part the Red Sea for the Hebrew children, which is about 4 million of them, to cross on dry land? Well, we know about the plagues of Egypt. We know they were being pursued by the Egyptians, but why did he do it? Why did God in the flesh, in the form of Jesus Christ, walk on the water? You know, Steve, God has proved himself time and time again. He proved himself by parting the Red Sea. He proved himself by being God in the flesh, walking on the water. He proved himself again by raising Lazarus from the dead. But if you read the very next chapter of the book of John, where he raised Lazarus from the dead, immediately after he raised Lazarus, and he was dead for 4 days, the Pharisees and the Sadducees plotted to kill him. They plotted to kill him right then. God has proved himself to mankind over and over and over again. And yet, mankind still wants a sign. God's already proved himself enough. You know, one of these days, Steve, and Phil Robertson says it, and I've been saying the same thing, and I hadn't even really been paying close attention to Phil Robertson, but the Holy Spirit, how it works through a lot of other ministers, is saying the same thing as, Steve, we're eventually going to die. We're not going to escape death. You are not going to escape it. Steve, if we can escape it, the richest of the rich would still be living today. Mm-hmm. Guess where they're at? They're either in an urn or they're in the ground. And they're in one or two places, in a God's glorious heaven, or they're in a devil's red hell. You have a choice to make, God's children. In the book of John, chapter 14, verse 6, it says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father but by me. That's the only way you're going to get to heaven. There's no other way you're going to get there. You can, and God has proved himself time and time again. You can call me a fake, phony, or fraud, but the only way you're going to get there is through Jesus Christ. And he says in John chapter 10 that he is the door that the sheep go in and out of to find good pasture. Now, if you like that preaching and you want to hear more of it, I encourage you to tune in to Determined Ministries Church, 5 o'clock Central Standard Time. Steve, God bless you. Man, it's so good to hear from you. Unfortunately, we lost someone else, too. And I want to thank everyone for praying for Miss Polly Metz. She, I've been told she was such a sweet, lovely woman, and she did lose her battle. But she may have lost a fleshly battle of cancer, but she gained a whole lot more, because the Bible says, Steve, to be absent from the body, to be present with the Lord. But there's someone else I want y'all to be praying for. There's a lot of other people like Russell Miller and his beautiful wife. They've had some health problems. My buddy Philip Morgan down there in Florida, some of his family members lost an infant child to sin, so they need prayer. But there's a man, I had a good friend of mine tell me about this man named Fred Blankenship. They call him Uncle Fred, and he's got some health challenges. And if y'all can remember Fred Blankenship in your prayers, God's children, that would really mean a lot to me. And it would really mean a lot to my very good friend. if you remember Uncle Fred. Just all you guys, the Lord knows who he is. Just call him Uncle Fred. And God knows who he is. And just be praying for him. And listen, we pray for you every day. If you ever sit down and eat dinner with me, Steve, when we bless a meal, one of the things you'll hear me saying is, Lord, I pray for all our members of Determined Ministries Church, and I pray for every listener of the Steve Sommers, the Overnight Drive. And I do that every time. I also pray for all friends, family, loved ones, acquaintances, even my enemies. And I always pray that God will bless you, that God will bless your financial needs. If you have health issues, that God will heal you. And if you need salvation, that God will draw you to the blessed Son, Jesus Christ, who bled every drop of blood so that you would know what eternal life is. Other than that, I love you out there, God's children. And I want you to go and check out this website before I have to go, overnightdriveradio.com. We just celebrated Memorial Day. Grilling season is kicked off. We celebrated another major holiday, 4th of July. That's on a Friday. And what better way to have a nice cold beverage in a 30-ounce traveler's mug that'll keep your beverage cold or hot for over 24 hours. You can find that at overnightdriveradio.com. Check out the website for all the good deals and all your hot shot deals. And I'll leave you with this, and that is plain out love. And I do love you, God's children. I want you to know that this old boy behind this steering wheel loves you. And love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And one more thing, Steve, I think I'm running a neck-and-neck race because my phone has been blowing up, and people have told me I better not ever take a vacation again because they missed me. And that's humbling, and I thank you. I love you, God's children. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye now.
All right. Good to have you back with us there, Brother Rambler. After a little time off, everybody needs a little R&R, chance to get away from it all. All righty. A new week underway. Stocks drifting lower this past day. Some discouraging updates on U.S. manufacturing, the area of the economy that the president's trying to revive through the trade war and tariffs. S&P 500 down 0.15, I mean minimally lower. Dow Jones Industrial Average was down 149 points. Now this was a little after 11 a.m. Stocks sank after a report from the Institute for Supply Management said U.S. manufacturing activity shrank by more last month than economists expected. Trump's been warning that U.S. businesses and households could feel some pain as he tries to use tariffs to bring more manufacturing jobs back. But the on and off rollout continues to create a lot of uncertainty. Now, of course, word came down that a deal with China should be forthcoming very soon, according to the president this past day. The impact of the ever-changing trade policies. One company in the transportation equipment industry said in the ISM survey, another in the computer and electronics products industry said government spending cuts or delays as well as tariffs are raising hell with businesses. No one's willing to take inventory risk right now. Separate report from S&P Global on manufacturing came in better than expected. But the overall figure, they say, kind of masks worrying developments under the hood of the manufacturing economy. Uncertainty caused by tariffs has worries rather high about supplier delays and rising prices. Monday's moves also after more harsh rhetoric crossed between the world's two largest economies. Just a few weeks after the U.S. and China had agreed to pause many of their tariffs, China kind of blasting the U.S. for moves that it said hurt their interest, including issuing the AI chip export control guidelines, stopping the sale of chip design software to China, and planning to revoke Chinese student visas. Now, of course, that came down last week. Yeah, of course, they say these practices violate the consensus reached during the trade discussions in Geneva. That followed President Trump's accusation at the end of last week, where he said China wasn't living up to their end of the agreement, where they had paused the tariffs against each other. So kind of a back and forth. Of course, Trump Friday, if you had missed it, told steel workers that he's doubling the tariff on steel imports from 25 up to 50%, a big increase that could further push up prices for a metal used to make housing, autos, other goods. Later in his post on Truth Social, he confirmed that the steel tariff and said that aluminum tariffs would also be doubled to 50%. Both of those hikes apparently slated to go in effect this Wednesday. That obviously helped stocks for U.S. steelmakers. Nucor up 10.7%. Steel Dynamics rallied 10.4%. Automakers and other heavy users of metal dropping. Ford fell 4.1%, but General Motors fell by 4.2%. Some of the economic numbers as we got the brand new week underway. Our number, 844-844-3388.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control, on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The presidents we expect will discuss the matter this week.
The White House says a trade deal with China is coming.
White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett was asked about the status of trade negotiations on ABC's This Week. He said the trade team has been focused 100% like a laser beam on the China matter. Hassett adds that he expects President Trump will update the tariff plan this week. Trump accused China of violating its trade deal and announced that he was doubling steel and aluminum tariffs. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Trump is set to meet with Germany's new chancellor at the White House on Thursday.
It's the first face-to-face meeting between the two leaders since Friedrich Merz was elected in early March. Discussions are expected to focus on trade policy and the Russia-Ukraine war, as both leaders push for a ceasefire deal. Merz is the leader of Germany's center-right Christian Democratic Union. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial continues in Lower Manhattan with more testimony from one accuser, while another could take the stand as soon as midweek.
A former Diddy personal assistant assistant, known only as Mia, faced another day of cross-examination Monday, again saying Diddy sexually assaulted her and threatened her life. She defended loving texts to him, claiming she was brainwashed. A Beverly Hills hotel employee also took the stand, saying Diddy was charged for oil damage. Meanwhile, a security worker at the LA hotel where Diddy was seen on video attacking ex Cassie Ventura is expected to testify under immunity Tuesday, and an accuser using the pseudonym Jane could take the stand as early as Wednesday. I'm Kristen Marks.
A sheriff's deputy in Washington State is in custody after being arrested for alleged rape and sexual misconduct.
Prosecutors say Ricardo Cueva was leader of the Sheriff's Explorer program when he earned the trust of a teenage girl who was a volunteer in the program. When she turned 17, Cueva sexually assaulted the girl. Cueva owns over 25 guns. If he posts bond, the guns would be seized and Cueva would be placed on GPS monitoring. I'm Brad Ford.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Parole is being recommended for a former follower of Charles Manson.
The California Parole Board panel has made the recommendation for 77-year-old Patricia Krenwinkel, who was among those convicted for the Tate LaBianca murders in 1969. Krenwinkel's original death sentence was reduced to life in prison following a California Supreme Court ruling that rescinded death sentences issued before 1972. The panel's recommendation still has to be reviewed by Governor Newsom and the full Board of Parole hearings. Newsom rejected a recommendation for Krenwinkel's parole in 2022. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Summer travel is upon us, and if your plans include traveling abroad, a Middle Eastern carrier is launching a new nonstop flight from Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport.
Etihad Airways says they plan to begin flying from Atlanta to the capital of the United Arab Emirates, Abu Dhabi. Beginning next month, there will be nonstop flights 4 times a week. The Middle Eastern airline says it is currently hiring for a team in Atlanta. The company also plans to add Charlotte, North Carolina to its network map next year. I'm Liz Kennedy.
Toxic heavy metals such as arsenic, cadmium, lead, and mercury are being found in popular rice brands.
A study by Healthy Babies, Bright Futures tested 145 rice samples from various stores in 20 metropolitan areas, including New York, Los Angeles, and Miami. Arsenic was found in all samples, and the study highlighted that brown rice showed the highest levels of heavy metals. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Let's get back to the calls here on a Tuesday morning. New day underway. I believe Edward on the line. Morning, Edward.
Good morning, Steve. I wanted to say thank you to first of all to my Lord and Savior, and I want to say thank you also to the truckers out there. And I've never been a real trucker. I mean, I've driven a box truck, straight jobs. Delivering medical supplies, but I'm getting older right now. I'm retired. I'm 63, and I have to go back to see my mom, who just turned 100 on Long Island, and I'm going to go all the way up from Evansville, Indiana, towards Columbus, and then straight across, and hopefully hop on a ferry in Bridgeport, Connecticut, to go across to Port Jefferson, New York, and see Mom, who's out in Suffolk County. And I just, I don't like traveling alone anymore. It's just, I'm fearful. As a kid, I used to drive old Pontiacs from Long Island to Daytona Beach for spring break, and I'd be cannonballing it, and I'd love to run,
Mm-hmm.
and all the daddy always had me buy old American cars, and we'd soup him up. I worked because he was a aircraft mechanic at Floyd Bennett Field, and later on he was his claim to fame working for one of the space manufacturers on Long Island. Beth Page was responsible for the lunar module, and we lived in Cocoa Beach as a kid, and it taught me everything. I can't work on these newer engines, but give me an old car, old American car. I could strip it down and work on it, But God bless. I want to say one thing. God bless our truckers. These guys, they're on the road, and these sporty cars and cut in front of them, and they don't respect them, and it's rough,
So
and,
you said mom turned 100 years old. How's Mom's health at the century mark?
She's declining, and my brother, who's an infectious disease doctor, who studied at Albert Einstein in the Bronx, where I was a school teacher at one point. Not at Albert Einstein, but in the Bronx, where Daddy did his high schooling, and out here I got no baseball. And I miss my Yankees, and I got a lot of favorites. And somebody mentioned David Winfield and holy cow, Joe DiMaggio before, and all that stuff, and Jeter and all that. And every once in a while through the internet, I listen to Judge and all them, and going against it. They really whooped the Dodgers just recently, last couple of games. But I digress, and it's rough being on the road, and just to say, I got to make that journey, and I don't dare. Airfare is too much from where I am. I can't. There's a Neil Young song. Everyone knows this is nowhere. I can't get. I got to go. If I was gonna hop on a plane, I got to go up to like Chicago O'Hare, and then take a bus to another airport, and then fly to Long Island MacArthur, and it's rough, But I'm going to drive it, and I'm going to take it slow and see my points. Maybe go up to Cleveland, see the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and stuff. But, thank God to our listeners. You've got a lot of nice people out there, and a lot of blessed people, as they are with you, listening to you, sir.
Hey, first-time caller, Edward. I got your number here. Get you a voucher for Hot Shot Secret products to keep that car running on those long journeys.
Okay, that'd be great, sir. Thank you.
Hey, thank you for dialing us up. There you go. Another first-time caller here on a Tuesday. About 10 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. So we've got a new head at FEMA. Hurricane season officially underway. And he makes this remark that he had not been aware that the country has a hurricane season. It was made during a briefing by David Richardson, who's led FEMA since early last month. It wasn't clear to staff, they say, whether he meant it literally or if it was a joke or some other context. We know the hurricane season officially started Sunday and lasts through November. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration forecast last week that this year is expected to bring as many as 10 hurricanes. Spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security, which is FEMA's parent agency, said the comment was a joke. FEMA is prepared for hurricane season. Spokesperson said under Homeland Security Secretary Kirsty Noem and Richardson, FEMA is kind of shifting from the bloated, D.C.-centric dead weight to a lean, deployable disaster force that empowers state actors to provide relief for their people. Anyway, Richardson said during the briefing that there would be no changes to the agency's disaster response plans, despite having told staff to expect a new plan last month. Now, those comments amid some concerns that the departures of a number of top FEMA officials, as well as staff cuts and reductions in hurricane preparedness, might leave the agency ill-prepared for the storm season that's forecast to be above normal. Democrats criticizing Richardson following the Reuters report. Chuck Schumer posted the Reuters headline about Richardson and said, he was unaware of why he hasn't been fired yet. Benny Thompson, the senior Democrat on the Homeland Security Committee with oversight of FEMA, also issued a statement that said, suffice it to say, disaster response is no joke. If you don't know what or when hurricane season is, you're not qualified to run FEMA. Get someone knowledgeable in there. Of course, we know hurricanes kill dozens of people, cost hundreds of millions of dollars annually across portions of the USA. They say Richardson, who has no disaster response experience, said during yesterday's briefing that a daily all-hands meeting held by phone and video conference, that he will not be issuing a new disaster plan because he doesn't want to make changes that might counter the FEMA Review Council at this point in time. Either way, I don't know. What do you think? Let's head on down to Florida. And Philip, did you catch anything in regards to that this past day? Folks kind of concerned that FEMA's not going to be ready this year?
Well, I'm kind of concerned about it. I know that focus is coming off of a lot of the government stuff and trying to come down to the state level.
Mm-hmm.
Which, we all need to work together. Don't get me wrong. We've seen what happened in North Carolina last year. That was stupidity at its best, with the government agencies not working together. I mean, we need our governments to work together. We need the state and local level to work with the federal government, so when people do need help, they can get the help they need. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and make sure that things are taken care of. North Carolina, they went through a lot of junk, and I think they got shutted out. There's a lot of folks that get shutted out in the deal. I mean, we see it up in the Big Bend of Florida, that area up there, by Perry and whatnot. A lot of times when we've had those storms over the last few years up there, those folks have kind of been hung out to dry, and everybody has shifted more towards Tallahassee, which is our state capital. And I don't have a problem with them taking care of the capital, because that's where the governor and all the governing bodies for Florida state is. But, we need to take care of all our people in Florida, in any state, to be quite frank.
Right.
And I think it needs to be addressed. Has there been a lot of money wasted? Absolutely. I mean, we've seen during Katrina all those trailers that were wasted. We've seen a lot of fraudulent things that went down with the money. It needs to be watched. You know, people need help, but we need to also take control of our finances and see what's going on with what's going in the storms, you know, in the disaster relief. It's a little bit more than just giving people a case of water and a tarp. And we need to focus on, you know, focus on people and what's going on, and their lives have been ruined. You know, I mean, you think about all the folks. I mean, I was lucky last year. I'm very lucky, and I thank God for that every day. And you know, we always pray about it and make sure that, you know, we can get through another year. But you know, it's one of those things, Steve. You know, I think FEMA needs to be looked at really closely. Shifting over to space, Steve, did you hear about the deal with Jared Iserman and Trump saying he didn't want to back him?
I was going to ask you, what do you think of that? So it's kind of a change in thought, kind of withdrawing the nomination.
Absolutely. I like Jared Iserman. He has a passion for space. The only problem with Jared Iserman is he's got a lot of money, and he's heavily connected with Elon Musk. And I sat down and I thought about it yesterday. I'm like, what could make the president do this? Well, the only thing I could think of is maybe a conflict of interest thing because of the deal with him and Elon Musk. You know, if you look at Elon Musk, he's got the company that's doing the most for space right now than any of the rest of them are, for lack of a better way of saying it. You know, and when the government looks at contracts for certain things and providers for those contracts, they have to look with an open mind. And hopefully you understand what I'm saying here. It's just, they can't just go pick SpaceX because they're their favorite. Does that make sense, Steve?
Right. Correct.
And, you know, you look at all the battles over the years of all those contracts. You had Lockheed Martin, you had Boeing, you had all these big companies, Grumman, you know, that were fighting over space contracts. And then when they got the contract, they didn't deliver, you know, in a timely fashion. Whereas you look at SpaceX, I'm not beating on their bandwagon, but them boys and girls, they've been backing up what they need to do. And, you know, who would think a bunch of internet geeks and that would turn into a company that way, and they do it, you know. And I tend to think the government needs to go more in the commercial deal and stay away from the contracts that we've had over the years where NASA's done all the engineering and all that stuff. And, you know, NASA needs a lot of that taken out of their hands, and let commercial companies be responsible for it. I know that sounds bad, don't get me wrong, but I think it'd make it a lot cheaper on us guys that pay taxes. You know, I mean, that ALS that launch system project by itself, Steve, look how much in the hole that is itself. It's a lot of money. It's a big part of the budget, a really big part of the budget. So I kind of think that's why he did it. What do you think about conflict of interest with him?
I mean, everything I was seeing made it sound as though that he might not have been on the same page as Trump with the vision for the future of NASA.
That's right, and that's what I heard too. That's all the articles that I've read in 24 hours. They have said that he did not have the same. That was it America's First?
America
plan
First,
that we're looking
right?
at?
Yeah.
He did not have the same vision that Trump had on it. And you know what's funny is you're going to see this, guys. You see this all the time with the media, and you know they say the media is not politically influenced, but I beg to differ on it. There is a lot of squanderings just because he contributed to the Democratic Party. That he was, you know, this was the reason why it was done. You know what? I don't care who contributes to what, when, or how, or where. If the person is qualified for that job and they can do it, let them do it. But in the same light, you got to be careful because you do not need a conflict of interest. You know, I mean, that man has given Elon Musk a lot, and I repeat, a lot of money. those missions that he privately funded himself. That's a lot of cash, dude. A lot of cash. And it's something to look at. And speaking of launches, we had one earlier. Did you see that, Steve?
Oh, yeah? No, really, another. It's like every 2 or 3 days, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, we were supposed to go up Sunday, Sunday into Monday, and it scrubbed. But I'm glad that they got it up today. I was sleeping when all of it went down, but they put the direct-to-cell satellites. They got 13 of them on it, and they had 10 regular satellites that were going, the Starlink stuff. And, I was watching the video just a little bit earlier when I was getting ready for work, and it looked like a pretty clean launch. And I found out something I never knew, Steve. They're going to have a brand new capsule coming out next week for SpaceX.
Something different than
the Falcon 9?
Different than the Dragon?
No, it's going to be a Dragon, but it's a brand new one.
Okay.
It's a brand new capsule for the astronauts. And it's going to be supposedly their last capsule of this generation.
Wow.
And I didn't know it, but SpaceX has 5 of those capsules for the astronauts that they put on those Falcon 9s. They have 5 of them, and they have 3 capsules that they use for the cargo transport. You'll see the cargo dragon that goes up occasionally and takes supplies to the space station. They have 3 of those. Now they said that's got 8 units in their fleet, and that's what they want to keep that fleet at and fly continuous. And I thought that was kind of interesting, and then they're just going to keep reusing them as much as they can until, who knows, if this Falcon 9 thing keeps going the way it's going. I think Elon is kind of going towards the Starship now. And by the way, Steve, did you see that update that I sent you from that video of Elon talking about the update on the Starship?
I did, indeed. Yes, that was quite interesting.
Now, if any of you guys out there want to see what Elon's plans are, you go to YouTube and you put Elon Musk Starship update. And he gave he did I would call it a presentation of what his plans are. And his plans are pretty intense. I mean, he's definitely set on going to Mars.
And he's talking the prospect of that ship being able to launch and then return and launch again within, he said an hour. Okay, maybe. So 2 hours to turn around a launch? That's a hell of an ambitious plan.
It's a plan. Now, hear me out. Now, we have 2 launch pads out there now, right, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
We got a brand new one that's almost done, and we got the one that they currently launch from. So picture this. The Starship takes off. Booster comes back, lands at the facility there. While the booster is cooling off, the Starship itself is going up and doing what it needs to do. It'll come back, and it'll land on the other pad. Now, meanwhile, while that Starship's doing what it's doing up there, that booster is being serviced. They can cool it down, refuel it, check it, make sure that everything's great. And what's cool about it, he mentioned about it, the launch pads have the stirrups already set up, so they can restack no time at all. Take the ship off of the one, put it on top of the booster, get her done within a couple hours, and be back going again. Same unit. Now we'll talk about reusability. That's it. They've actually had one engine that's documented that I know of that has flown 3 flights on a booster. Okay, and that's pretty big on a booster to fly 3 flights, and it's going to be turning around. That hot ring, Steve, that's on top of the booster between the booster and the Starship. Mm-hmm. That ring that they keep throwing it off. That will be fixed on top of the booster now, and it'll have a set of struts. It's basically going to be a ring with with a set of struts that hold it on there, and they don't need that no more. Don't have to worry about that ring falling off. They don't have to. You worry about going out and getting it, and they can. It's all they're improving their design, and that's what Elon does. He improves his design. He launches first, then he sees what he needs to delete as far as the design goes, and he goes back and redesigns everything, and then that's it. Even the engines, Steve, have you seen the new engines that they've come out with? Those new 3s models?
No.
They're unbelievable. They are going to literally, the bottom of that booster will be all open. You will see every peak component of the engine, just like the rocket is now. You'll see it.
Wow.
You won't have no shields around it. And he's going to that because they are starting to figure out, hey, we don't need this stuff. Why? It's just added weight. The less weight, the more you can haul. So pretty interesting stuff. I know you're going into your break here, and I don't want to jam it up. If you need to hold me over, I'll hang over.
All right. So we are getting close there, as they say, right? So we'll pause there. But back to Isaacman. We will not be the NASA chief after all, apparently. White House spokesperson issued a statement over the weekend saying it's essential that the next leader of NASA is in complete alignment with President Trump's America First agenda, and that a replacement will be announced shortly. Somewhat of a surprise. Trump had announced Isaacman as his choice back in December, and he seemed poised to be confirmed by Congress as soon as this week or next. Now, the statement didn't give an overt reason for dropping him, but it implies the White House doesn't think Isaacman is fully on board with Trump and his space priorities. And we got a detailed look at those priorities last Friday when the White House released an in-depth version of the NASA budget request for the 26 fiscal year, proposing a $6 billion budget cut for the agency from $24.8 billion to $18.8 billion, with funding for NASA's science programs slashed by 47%. Those numbers were first revealed about a month ago, but the White House released a summary version, skinny budget request as they called it. But the new documents kind of lay out the consequences of those cuts should they be enacted by Congress. All right, we'll pause there.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration has released a list of so-called sanctuary cities across America.
The list has about 600 cities and counties, including Los Angeles, New York City, Chicago, and Seattle. Sanctuary cities have limits on what questions residents can be asked about their immigration status, and the cities won't help federal officials with immigration enforcement. Homeland Security says it will notify those cities that are not in compliance and send out updates as the federal enforcement rolls out. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
House Speaker Mike Johnson says the White House spending bill will actually strengthen Medicaid.
There are no Medicaid cuts in the big, beautiful bill.
Johnson told NBC's Meet the Press the bill protects all safety net programs by implementing much-needed reforms. He added it will cut the deficit by over $1 trillion during 10 years. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, welcome back here. I did have one final tidbit. I was going through the whole Isaacman story. This says, I guess, multiple Democrat senators had questioned him about, as you mentioned, Philip, conflict of interest concerns during his nomination hearing before the committee, where he stressed that he's not tight with Elon Musk. And if he were confirmed as the agency chief, he would act solely in the best interest of NASA and the nation. So, as far as the committee was concerned, they did vote to advance his nomination to the full Senate. But I guess exit stage left now. All right, welcome back, Philip.
Yeah, I mean, I think the guy would have got in there myself. You know, there was just something that went on with President and him.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean that's stuff that we, you know, that's their business. You know, I just want to see somebody in NASA that knows what they do and keeps the finances down on it. Because I can tell you, man, money is rapid out there at the Cape. It is rapid. it can disappear in a heartbeat. You know, I mean, they have paid people out there at the Cape 70, 80 grand to just hand somebody a tool.
Wow.
Steve,
Wow.
you know, and a year, you know, and you don't, you know, I mean, I'm all for, you know, that's the way we are in America. We make as much money as we can make. That's the way we are programmed to do that. And I get it. People want to make as much money as they can and do as little as they can. I get it. I understand. You know, I understand the deal. But in the same light, when you're the guy out here that's, you know, busting your tail to make a living and you're paying taxes every year, you know, because you're trying to make that money, it gets a little bit overzealous than some of the stuff that we see with what they do with our money. And I think that's the frustration that we as taxpayers face on a daily basis. When you see all the stuff that comes out, I mean, all the stuff that Doge brought out, you know, I mean, that's money down the tube for nothing. You know what I mean, Stephen? That's what we're looking at, you know, and I think that, we need to get into that, you know. If there's any drivers out there coming down I-4 and you plan on laying down at the Longwood rest area, it'll be on the westbound side there, Longwood exit, just before you get there, please don't go there. There are so many trucks in there, Steve, that, I mean, they are parked out on the road. I mean, it's to the point where I had to get over in the left lane so I could get around these guys because I was afraid that, you know, if somebody came up beside me and pushed me over, I'd hit one.
Yep.
So if you decide you want to come down to the Longwood area and you want to lay down or you want to take a break, go on to somewhere else, because I'm telling you what, that rest area is just loaded to the point. I mean, you want to you talk about truck parking issues. I wish there was a camera you could see what that rest area looks like right now, Steve. And there's a lot of guys parked out by the street where it says emergency parking only. You know, I know they're out there. They got to lay down. I get it. They got to pull over because they got to take a little bit of a rest break. But man, it is some of the ways those guys are parked out there. That's dangerous. So please be careful when y'all do that. So, have you heard? Is that getting worse, Steve? Truck parking?
Yes. Yeah. Everywhere you turn, and that's where we're seeing more of those incidents. We had one over the weekend. You know, horrific crash and in this case, it was a broke down. He was off the interstate, but somebody slammed into him. It's happening more and more out there, Philip.
Yeah, I know, and I understand. I was there. I've been there and done that. I've pulled off the road and taken a little siesta, that kind of thing. But you got to be careful when you do it. You know what I mean? I mean, I get it. People have to pull over because they're tired, and I'd rather see somebody be late laying down on the side of the road, often at a rest area, than to be, have an accident while they're tired.
Yep.
I get it. And that's what we need to, but man, I'll tell you what, Steve, that rest area is loaded. I mean, it's loaded. And, but hopefully we can find another person for NASA. I think NASA needs to go more for the commercial stuff and let those commercial guys take care of the engineering, get the rocketry up there and do what they need to do to move the payloads that NASA needs to get done. The big question is, Steve, is the Space Force. These companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin and stuff, they got to work for the Space Force, because the Space Force, they can't develop all this technology to be up there and doing the stuff they need to do by themselves. And NASA is nowhere near it with their budget. So just food for thought, guys. I'm going to get going. Y'all have a good day. Thanks for having me, Steve.
All right,
everybody be safe out there.
Thank you for the update. And yeah, use caution. Those rest areas packed and stacked. Yeah, well, exit ramps, you name it. Everywhere you turn, all over the country. It's 844-844-3388. All right, see what Vic has going on this morning.
Hey, sorry about the delay there. Well, I was kind of interesting listening to the two new callers, and I thought the one from Colorado there, did he say that the Moffett owned that baseball team. I couldn't help but wonder if that was Montford of the beef packing thing. And then the other guy that was talking about he was coming from somewhere in Indiana. I didn't catch where, but
Evansville.
said he liked working on old cars. And he was coming from Evansville.
Yep, Evansville. Yep.
That's all interstate. Yeah, that's all interstate now. I mean, he's got an interstate, but maybe he said it was out in the middle of nowhere. It is kind of an aggravation to get to, but now if they have I-69 finished, they take I-69 up into Indianapolis, and well, actually take it all the way up into Fort Wayne up there and pick up I-80, the Indiana-Hawaii Turnpike, and head across, take him right into the GW Bridge and wherever he wants to go from there. But anyway, I kind of digressed there a minute. Last night there, Blind Man was wondering if I'd ever heard of glass fault. Yes, I'd heard that. I'd sent you that link. I was going to initially just mention it, and then I thought, oh, wait a minute, Blind Man will have to have something that will read it to him. I know he talks about his girlfriend, Alex, Alexis there. So I don't know if it would read it to him or not. So, and then he always talks about his group phone call he looks forward to every Sunday. So I didn't know. I know there's a couple people from West Virginia there, and West Virginia used to be a big glass state until China jumped in there and messed them up. But they have a certain type of sand or something up there that I was trying to think of the name of that town. It's right there where West Virginia and Maryland comes together there at Hancock, Maryland. There used to be a big old truck stop there, all kinds of parking. And you couldn't cut through the town to get to it because on the other side of the bridge in the town, it was West Virginia. You had to go up a pretty steep hill, and they had some sort of a silica sand quarry there. But they would put that stuff in the asphalt. I don't know if you remember whenever they were putting that in the paint, and paint would glisten at night, if when you were driving, when the headlights would hit it. And even in rainy, foggy, dark weather, that stuff would shine up. And then all of a sudden, they quit using that in the pavement markings. So I don't know if they couldn't find enough glass, because I believe Baltimore was one of the places, and New York City, they would get enough glass in their trash that they could basically crush it up and send it to the paint companies. But anyway, I just mentioned that. But I guess if you couldn't get that thing to him, I guess you just if Blind Man would say to Alexis, glass fault. I don't know if it would bring up that particular article, but that was an archived article, and it's pretty thorough about the whole thing with glass fault. And then, like with Chris, with these tar machine and everything, there are so many rubber tires that's sitting around and, different junk piles and one thing and another. So they tried to use that in the different asphalt, but so many of those tires, even the non-steel belted tires, they have that wire that goes around, stiffens the rim and everything. The wires were getting, broken up, and then they come back up into the asphalt. And as I understood Chris right, there are people now that have figured out how to get the wire out of that. So that's just a couple of things there that's going on that might kind of cheapen the construction of everything. But before after I talk about that, I called about this Russian-Ukraine deal. I'm still trying to figure out how Ukraine got all those trucks next to a Soviet or the Russian military base, and how they got the drones in there, and how the drones were able to get to the military base and attack all that stuff, because most companies, most countries, I think they used to have more than just radar, or so they had, you know, eyeballs on everything too, around all the different bases. So I don't know if people have lapsed there, or if there was some sort of a spy in there, but you know, I'm pretty sure Putin, being an old KGB guy, he's probably saying, you know, how in the H did this happen? And he's probably looking for somebody's scalp before he does anything else. But pretty much did a number on any negotiations that they have, because if Russia Ukraine is supposed to have negotiations, Putin attracts a bunch of Ukrainian, I guess, civilian centers or anything, and then Zelensky comes back with this deal. And I seen something where Zelensky said that he would like to have some missiles, and the United States said, well, we would like to have them too. So apparently our stockpile is depleted, and we have to get that built back up. So I just don't really, like I say, I thought maybe peace might have a chance, but it's going to be just like 1968 again. I can remember when the Pope come out and said 1968 would be a peaceful year. 3 weeks later, the Tet Offensive started, and it was nothing but violence from there on out. So I guess that's pretty much what's going to happen at this time around. Another thing, too, is domestically, I was listening to Rambler there, and I don't know, I guess Brain Dead there he was talking about, maybe that was last night I was saying, but anyway, he was talking about all the stuff in sports. And I was amazed at how many sports teams today they showed with the trans gay pride flag up there. And I'm thinking, and the 7 deadly sins, the number one 7 deadly sin is pride. I think the Catholics call it vainglorious or whatever, because they said that leads to commission of more sin. So why would anybody say pride was their motto? I guess you can, kind of think about that as to why they would choose that. And the other thing is with the trans, I see where they're knocking a lot of these young women out of their just rewards for putting out all their sports efforts and everything. And if they want to have trans, all I'm saying is you might not have to have every sexual organ removed and replaced or anything else. But if you really want to be a trans male converting to a woman, at the very least, you should be castrated mechanically or chemically or whatever, because you need to shut down your testosterone. And the same with the women that want to be men. They should at least have a hysterectomy so the ovaries won't produce any more estrogen. And with that, I'll let you go.
All right, Vic, thank you so much. Good poignant comments. Get a quick timeout. It's 844-844-3388.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All righty, coming up, let me see here. Eagle, if you're hanging in there, we'll get you coming up first. Hey, Mike. No, it's not that time yet.
Yeah, no, we still got another day to go, unless you're taking a short week this week. Yeah, nothing going on this week for you, is there?
Not a thing.
All right. So, anyways, I wasn't going to bother the people down there in Ocala, Florida, there at Rainey's yesterday, because I imagine they were still getting the dust settled and things cleaned up and picked up and trying to get back in order after their Road to Wishes truck show they had on Saturday. But they did put a post up that said that they exceeded their $80,000 that they were trying to raise for their first time event. So,
how about that?
Congratulations to them. Then I actually shared that post there over on, I guess it's your Facebook page, the Steve Sommers page. So, the other one you want to congratulate there is a young lady named Maddie Graves. I don't know if you saw something that I put up about her there, but
yes.
I believe they were out at Indy, and she won with her diesel dragster out there.
Correct.
So they're actually a local business, Holly Rock Customs, and they do a lot of custom diesel work down in southern Maryland, and actually where I'm going to deliver this morning is right next door to them. So I've actually stopped in there and met them. And if you remember a few years back there, we went down to a racetrack down there in a place called Dinwiddie, Virginia. Remember me going to Dinwiddie, Virginia there a few years ago, Your Honor?
I do. And
that Hot Shot Secret was there and everything.
And Maddie is a Hot Shot Secret sponsored racer, of course.
Absolutely. So yeah, if you look at one of the blow-ups of the car I put on there, I put on there that you can see the Hot Shot Secret decal right there on the side.
Yep.
So yeah, they back when I went down to Dinwiddie, Virginia there, they were not a Hot Shot Secret team. And they'd heard of it because I'd stopped over there to see them and brought a few catalogs along. They're like, "Yeah, we know all about it." I'm like, "Well, then you know what it does." And they're like, "Yeah, we know what it does." And here, now they're using the Hot Shot Secret products, and they're proving what it does every day. So, anyways, to your new callers out there, not only does Hot Shot Secret have oil and fuel additives, but they make a whole bunch of other products there, as well as the engine oil and the antifreeze. I mean, I use Hot Shot Secret antifreeze. There actually isn't a better deal on the market than getting the Hot Shot antifreeze with your CDL, first responder, or military discount. You get the 10%, and then if you listen to the Steve Sommers overnight drive there, and you put in overnight drive, I believe it is, for a 10% off code. And so you can get 20% off your order, and if you order enough to get the free shipping, you actually can't buy most of these products on the shelf for what you can have them delivered to your house for. So if you got a chance to do that, then do that. But there's probably the one thing that I would certainly recommend that is non-automotive, for the vehicle itself, is the Never Rust lubricant spray. And the only way I can describe what that does is you take out one of those other products there, the ones that start with the P or the W or whatever your favorite
right.
blasting type agent is. It's those on steroids. This stuff I've never seen break rusted parts free anything like what this does. So yeah, give that stuff a chance. And I know one of your other listeners there, Double R, he won't put anything on his slide outs for for his camper other than their slide out grease spray that they put out. That, I mean, it works like snot on a doorknob, Your Honor. So maybe that's what they should have called it instead of RV, slide spray. Maybe they should call it snot on a doorknob spray. But I tell you, so. But anyways, yeah, we'll make it short and sweet because I'm actually pulling on the scale, and my 4 o'clock guy is here at 3 o'clock. How do you like that, Your Honor? So we're gonna do what we can do an hour early here. So, anyways, we'll see if we can chat at you there in the loneliest hour.
Always good to be ahead of schedule versus behind schedule, correct? Alrighty, yeah, so on schedule, rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast here. So we'll get a news break and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. President says he wants the big, beautiful bill on his desk before July 4. Now, the original target date had been by July 4. Work as fast as you can to get it on my desk before July 4. So he actually wants it a bit sooner. He made his case via Truth Social yesterday, the same day lawmakers returned from recess. What did he have to say? More on that in our next hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial continues in Lower Manhattan, with more testimony from one accuser, while another could take the stand as soon as midweek.
A former Diddy personal assistant known only as Mia faced another day of cross-examination Monday, again saying Diddy sexually assaulted her and threatened her life. She defended loving texts to him, claiming she was brainwashed. A Beverly Hills hotel employee also took the stand, saying Diddy was charged for oil damage. Meanwhile, a security worker worker at the LA hotel where Diddy was seen on video attacking ex Cassie Ventura, is expected to testify under immunity Tuesday, and an accuser using the pseudonym Jane could take the stand as early as Wednesday. I'm Kristen Marks.
President Trump will seek congressional approval for DOGE-related spending cuts in the fiscal year.
Procedure called pocket rescissions later in the year to be able to bank some of these savings.
Office of Management and Budget Director Russell Vought says the White House will use a special tool which recommends Congress take back spending it has already approved.
It's a provision that has been rarely used, but it is there, and we intend to use all of these tools. We want Congress to pass it where it's necessary. We also have executive tools.
He told CNN State of the Union it was used for over 200 years, but stopped in the 1970s. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Trump administration is confident it will overcome any court challenges to the tariff policy.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick told Fox News Sunday that the latest challenge put the trade team back about a week, but added every country has returned to the bargaining table.
All of the countries that are negotiating with us understand the power of Donald Trump and his ability to protect the American worker. And so what they're doing is they're negotiating with us.
Lutnick affirmed the constitutional powers the president has to enact emergency tariffs if the nation is at risk. Trump's tariff plan was reinstated by a federal appeals court last week after it was halted by a lower court. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
The latest data breach may be one of the biggest ever in the U.S.
A security researcher uncovered a massive breach that compromised more than 184 million passwords for platforms such as Google, Microsoft, Apple, Facebook, and Snapchat. Users are advised to change their passwords. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Fullerton, California could be looking at a more self-governing power.
Some Fullerton City Council members are looking into options on how it can become a charter city. Right now, it's a general law city governed by the laws generated by the California legislature. It has little autonomy to make its own decisions about municipal affairs. There are several ways to go about writing up a city charter, but eventually it'll be up to the voters to decide. I'm Jim Roop.
Exercise could reduce the risk of colon cancer.
A new study found that people who had recovered from colon cancer that developed a personal exercise program were 90% cancer-free after 8 years. Patients without an exercise program were 83% cancer-free. The findings were published in the New England Journal of Medicine. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Caring.com, a resource for seniors, is out with its Senior Happiness Index.
It shows where in the country seniors are happiest and is based on Wallet Hub's State Happiness Roundup. It weighs factors including cost of living, average life expectancy, health rates in residents over 60, and the number of senior centers per state. The top state for senior happiness is Utah, with a happiness score of 7.69 out of 10. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When you're injecting injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, for our friends on the West Coast, welcome into a Tuesday. We turn the page on the calendar, third day of June. All right, get some of the other industry headlines coming up here. First, back to the big, beautiful bill. President this past day says, with the Senate coming back to Washington today, I call on all of my Republican friends in the Senate and the House work as fast as they can to get this bill to my desk before the 4th of July. Of course, passed the House by one vote, now sits before the Senate, where a handful of Republicans are pledging not to vote for the bill in its current format. You've got Senators Ron Johnson and Rand Paul and several others, they say, saying that House Republicans didn't come close to cutting enough spending. The budget bill will increase the deficit in the short term, with Rand Paul dead set against the inclusion of a debt ceiling hike. Other senators oppose some proposed cuts to Medicaid. In a separate post this past day, Trump asserted there will be no cuts to Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid. The only cutting it will do is for waste, fraud, and abuse, something that should have been done by the incompetent radical left Democrats over the last 4 years. They didn't get it done. So the challenge leaves Senate Majority Leader John Thune with a 3-vote margin to pass the legislation, ostensibly with changes and maybe some more cuts. Then it would have to thread the needle in the House again to actually make it to his desk. Johnson said last week, I think we have enough to stop the process until the president gets serious about spending reduction and reducing deficit. He referred to the big, beautiful bill as the Titanic. Where is it going to go? Time will tell. All right, another hour. And I do believe Eagle is in the twilight zone, as they say. Off to Never Never Land. So, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Let's move over to some of the industry headlines. All right, put yourself in their position. I don't know, this is a crazy story. A small North Carolina trucking company says the price of their tow doubled after their driver had warned others to move their vehicles. This goes back a couple of weeks ago. A truck driver was early to a delivery, so he parked along West Point Drive in West Charlotte, North Carolina, to wait for his delivery window. West Point Drive has prominently displayed no parking signs, but the driver stayed with his truck and thought he'd get away with staying there for just a bit anyway. He did see that it was a private towing area. The family owner, Lisa, said the small trucking company that employed the parked driver, since he thought it was just a short time that he was going to be there, probably a few minutes, he didn't really think there would be any towing, right? Soon, Ingram's Towing and Recovery hooked up to his semi and said it would cost him $3,000 to drop it. The truck driver refused to pay and tried to drive it off the lift, but eventually called Lisa, the owner, who came to the scene there, according to WSOC television, as Lisa negotiated with the tow truck driver, first for $3,000 and then for $6,000. The truck driver had walked up to at least 5 other semis, warning the drivers, move your rigs or you're going to be in this situation, right? They're out here towing. Those other drivers soon left. So the tow company raised the bill to $12,000 to compensate for the lost business that they say was caused by the driver's warning. Is there anything legal about this? Lisa says, I feel nauseous. We couldn't sleep that night. The signs posted along West Point Drive state that semi-trucks may be charged up to $15,000 for parking illegally. Now, in the state of North Carolina, they say they are currently considering implementing more strict rules for the tow companies there. That particular piece of legislation is still in committee, but for a small trucking operation, that's enough to knock you for quite the loop, right? $12,000. Is there any sort of repercussion? What do you do? All right, tens of thousands of Western Star trucks being recalled after the manufacturer discovered an issue with the battery, they tell us. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration recall documents, more than 21,500 Western Star, you've got 49X model years 2020 to 26, and 47X model years 2021 to 26 being recalled. A stud connecting the battery to the starter at the frame rail may have been incorrectly installed, potentially causing a short circuit, increasing the risk of a fire. More than 9,500 49X and nearly 12,000 47X trucks are being recalled over the battery issue. Now, they say, although tens of thousands of trucks are part of the recall population, they estimate probably maybe 1% actually have this defect. In trucks that have an incorrectly installed battery, the driver may notice a slow or no crank when starting the truck. There could also be visual corrosion around the stud or the cable lug. As of last Thursday, Western Star did not have a remedy available, nor had it provided a schedule for notifying owners of the affected trucks. They say they received 5 reports of battery corrosion between March of 23 and March of 24. A related fire was reported in December of 23, with a report of melted cables received in February of last year. 2 additional related reports received in March of last year. It was August of last year they found that a field action was not warranted at the time due to a low rate of frequency in conjunction with sufficient detectability of the condition, including your pre- or post-trip inspection. Earlier this year, several more reports of fires and melted studs were received, prompting Daimler Trucks to revive the investigation. Western Star is reporting 36 potential related warranty claims and 15 field reports. At this point, no deaths or injuries associated with the battery defect. But all right, one other tidbit here on industry headlines. North Carolina this past day. Yeah, there's crazy people out there, and you might run into them on any given day. Minding your own business, right? A man arrested in North Carolina after holding a truck driver at gunpoint and trying to cause an explosion. It started about 9 o'clock this past morning in the parking area beside the county market or the country market convenience store in Maiden, North Carolina. According to WCNC, 54-year-old James Matthew Rowland first approached a parked tractor trailer at the convenience store, pointed a gun at the driver, and demanded he get out of the cab, to which the driver complied, walking away from the truck. Rowland then fires multiple shots into the fuel tanks, apparently in an attempt to cause an explosion. The shots did not cause an explosion, but Rowland soon fled in his own pickup truck. Police arrived as they're interviewing the truck driver. Rowland inexplicably he returns to the scene of the crime and soon leads police on a 4-mile chase that lasted until the pickup ran out of fuel. 4 miles, I guess he didn't have much fuel. Rowland physically then resisting arrest but was eventually detained. Police discovered a loaded pistol in his pocket and methamphetamine in his pickup. But during interviews with police, Rowland admitted he was trying to blow the truck up. It is 844-844-3388. Crazy times. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, big roundup in recent weeks In another sanctuary state, Massachusetts in this case, big numbers, getting them off the streets. An update on the use of the auto pen in the previous administration. Just how much legislation was signed off on, unbeknownst to the actual president at the time. Again, several updates we'll share with you coming up here. And lines available at 844-844-3388. All right, let's take to Eagle. Welcome back.
Yeah, okay, I'm back. I had dozed off. Okay, now, I got a couple of subjects I wanted to talk about, Steve. Since I didn't get to it on the first side of the call. First thing I wanted to talk about was the situation with the truck driving deal, where they have the trucks that are going in to the different the different venues, inspection sites around the U.S. and what's going on, starting next month, as we get closer, focus a little bit more on it closer to the end of the month when this speaking language deal comes up and how if they're really going to enforce it like they say that they are, when they stop these trucks at the weigh stations, are they going to be asking people to show that they can speak and understand the language? That's yet to be seen if it's really going to happen. Because I don't know if you heard this, Steve, maybe it's just a rumor, but I think I even seen it online. Some of the Spanish truck drivers in the U.S. are saying closer to the 25th that they're going to be protesting, stop driving trucks or something in protest. I don't know if they were what else they're trying to think about doing, but they said that they were trying to get round up to some kind of protest. It makes no sense to do that, Steve. How can you go to somebody else's country and refuse to learn how to speak their language and think that you're being discriminated against? It amazes me that people can go to somebody else's country and refuse to learn their language and think that they're the one. Think that they're the one that's being treated unfairly, but it's really stupid. Now, something that's on a similar subject, Steve, is what's going on in just a couple of weeks. And at this point, Steve, after looking at the news and what's going on right now in Mexico, it's a lot of bad stuff going on in Mexico right now. A lot of cartels, shoots, deaths, and cartels are still out of control, it seems, if you look at the news and the events that are taking. We got NASCAR coming up, Steve, not this weekend, but the following weekend. They're supposed to go to Mexico City. Earlier this year, Steve, about a month or two ago, I was saying, you and the other guy from Memphis, whatever, I forgot what his name was, the other guy who talks about NASCAR.
Yeah, Brain.
We were talking about, whether NASCAR should go to Mexico, and I said, well, we'll see as we get closer to that event date how things are in Mexico and make a determination. Well, after looking at what's going on the last couple of weeks, Steven, I don't know what NASCAR is going to do, but me personally, I think that they should cancel the event and hold it somewhere in the U.S. They got several empty tracks in the U.S. that they can go to, safe events. You don't have to worry about having your truck drivers getting hijacked because they got to drive these trucks into Mexico City is a long ways from the U.S. border. And you're going through some dangerous territory. Anything can happen on that trip. NASCAR, they got a big decision to make as far as I'm concerned in the next couple of weeks. The next week, basically, on whether they're going to go to Mexico City. Me personally, I would cancel the trip because they got plenty of venues in the U.S. that they can hold this event and they don't have to worry about this safety issue. So we'll see what happens. Because me personally, I don't think they're gonna have a big crowd in Mexico City to begin with, and hopefully this will probably be the last time. If they do make the trip to Mexico, it'll be the last time they go to Mexico City, because it seems to me like it's a waste of time, as far as I'm concerned. I understand. Understand trying to get other countries, to support your sport, but I don't think those people are going to support NASCAR to begin with. If you look at when I went to Talladega, I didn't see that many Spanish people when I was at Talladega a couple of weeks ago at the event. So we'll see what happens, Steve. But me personally, maybe you could chime in. Maybe Brain Dead can call back, and he give his thoughts on it. But if you look at the news, is what's going on, Steve. They just had a band. Get killed in Mexico. Over the last 2 or 3 days, these guys were in the wrong place at the wrong time. All 5 of them were killed. A Mexican singing band, and they found them dead, and somebody burned the bodies up and everything. This just happened a couple of days ago, and then they had the girl that got killed about a week or 2 ago on live video in Mexico. So there's a lot of dangerous stuff going on down there, and I think you talked about this, Steve, last week, that Venezuela, in retaliation, it seems to me like it's in retaliation to what Donald Trump is doing. They're saying that they gave out a warning. The State Department of the U.S. telling American people, don't go to Venezuela because you might turn up missing, or you might end up in jail. And it seems, I think it's mainly because of what Trump has reported a lot of Venezuela. So they looking at it, if you don't want us in your country, if we're not welcome in the U.S., guess what? You're not welcome in Venezuela. So there's a lot of Venezuelans that live in Mexico too. So, like I said, NASCAR has to think about all this, the safety of their fans and their drivers at this point on going to Mexico City. So I'd like to hear what you had to say, if you think they should make this trip in a week or 2, and maybe some other people can and see what they got to say about it. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, indeed. Yes, there are. There's a lot of folks concerned. I mean, you've got there's actually travel advisories for many areas in Mexico, advising Americans not to go there out of security concerns, cartel violence. Right? You do a quick search. Some individuals and media outlets expressing concern about the safety of NASCAR in Mexico City. Crime, as I just said, drug cartel activity. NASCAR has stated that they're aware of these concerns. They have implemented security measures, including working with experienced logistics and security providers. They have contingency plans in place. What's that? It's similar to those used for other race weekends to address potential security issues, they say. Despite the concerns, to date, there have been no major incidents at NASCAR events in Mexico City. Many of them are based on rumors and speculations rather than concrete evidence of security breaches, they say. But we'll be back.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration has released a list of so-called sanctuary cities across America.
The list has about 600 cities and counties, including Los Angeles, New York City, Chicago, and Seattle. Sanctuary cities have limits on what questions residents can be asked about their immigration status, and the cities won't help federal officials with immigration enforcement. Homeland Security says it will notify those cities that are not in compliance and send out updates as the federal enforcement rolls out. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
House Speaker Mike Johnson says the White House spending bill will actually strengthen Medicaid.
There are no Medicaid cuts in the big, beautiful bill.
Johnson told NBC's Meet the Press the bill protects all safety net programs by implementing much-needed reforms. He added it will cut the deficit by over $1 trillion during 10 years. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Winner Circle sponsors show Polar some love at every Grand National event. Regional and Point Fund sponsors hold their applause till the big checks at year's end. This, as the new Galaxy Tour is set to benefit NTPA Championship competitors like never before. From National Track Reporters Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We're ready to evince our appreciation to 3 more groups of 2025 NTPA sponsors. And we begin with an unprecedented investment in the regional national level courtesy of Steiner Tractor Parts of Lennon, Michigan. Steiner Tractor Parts is the sponsor of all 4 of the NTPA's competition regions in 2025. Proudly offering a wide selection of tractor parts for vintage, old, and classic farm tractors, Steiner Tractor Parts' mission is not only to offer the best selection of affordably priced tractor restoration parts, but also to preserve the American agricultural heritage by helping to keep old tractors running. For more information about Steiner Tractor Parts, visit steinertractor.com. Northwoods Engineering sponsors the NTPA Galaxy Tour Light Superstock Winner's Circle. Northwoods Engineering of Ham Lake, Minnesota specializes in high-performance cylinder heads for tractor pulling applications from Pro Farm through Pro Stock to Superstock divisions. For more information about Northwoods Engineering, find them on Facebook. Fair Valley Performance sponsors the NTPA Galaxy Tour Superstock Diesel and Superstock Diesel 4x4 Winner's Circles. Fair Valley Performance of Sauk City, Wisconsin was established in 2001 to sell Datalog data acquisition systems. 5 years later, FVP started its diesel component service center, and today FVP employs 18 diesel technicians and support staff. For more information about Fair Valley Performance, visit fvpdiesel.com. Apex Turbo sponsors the NTPA Galaxy Tour Super Farm Winner's Circle. Established in southeast Michigan, Apex Turbo earned its name for its unique fastener-free compressor and turbine wheel designs and geometry, improving airflow and increasing horsepower. For more information about Apex Turbo, visit apexturbo.com or call 734-777-1380. Chaos Fabrication sponsors the NTPA Galaxy Tour Pro Stock Winner's Circle. Chaos Fabrication LLC officially launched in March 2014 and leads both turnkey and restoration projects from concept and design through the complete building and testing process. For more information about Chaos Fabrication, visit chaosfabrication.com. And now our 2025 NTPA Point Fund sponsors. Excel Sportswear. With its team of talented artists, Excel Sportswear of Trafford, Pennsylvania provides high-quality graphics that pop off t-shirts, hats, hoodies, jackets, sweatshirts, and more. For more information about Excel Sportswear, visit exceltees.com. The National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, Ohio. Each third weekend in August, the Northwestern Ohio Tractor Pullers Association and hundreds of NTPA competitors transform Bowling Green into Pulltown, USA. For more information about the National Tractor Pulling Championships, visit pulltown.com. The Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals in Tomah, Wisconsin. Not just a pull, an experience. Thrills fans every fourth weekend in June. For more information about the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals, visit tomahtractorpull.com. Riverside Engine Incorporated. Riverside Engine is a builder and manufacturer of tractor pulling engine parts based in Tiffin, Ohio. For more information about Riverside Engine, call 419-927-6838. Next week, we'll take a look ahead to the Power Pull Nationals in Hutchinson, Minnesota on June 6th and 7th, and we'll begin to greet the competitors on the Galaxy Tour. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, and thank you very much, Mr. Dunlap. It's actually just a matter of days away. The Power Pull Nationals NTPA action in Minnesota this weekend. June 6th and 7th. Also, you got the Pro Pulling League that will be at LaGrange County, the 4-H Fairgrounds there in the state of Indiana. Friday, Saturday. All right. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Been talking over the last couple of weeks about possibly taking the axe to dozens of regulations by the Department of Transportation. They tell us raising some concerns from the trucking industry. Experts are concerned about compliance and safety, while the majority of the 52 deregulatory actions affecting the FMCSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, and the Federal Highway Administration provide 60-day comment periods to allow for a public protest. Most, if not all, they tell us will be taken off the books. Sean Duffy, Transportation Secretary, said big government has been a big failure. Issuing a press statement late last week, under President Trump's leadership, my department is slashing duplicative and outdated regulations that are unnecessarily burdensome, waste taxpayer dollars, and fail to ensure safety. These are common sense changes. So we're going to build on a more efficient government that better reflects the needs of the American people. Of the 20 actions, 2 are final rules, 18 are proposed rules that would either amend or rescind current regulations. Sean Garney is a trucking regulatory expert and co-director of Scope Telus, a consulting firm. He kind of singled out several deregulatory actions of the FMCSA. While Garney considers reasonable a proposal to eliminate a requirement that truck drivers keep a hard copy of the electronic logging device user's manual, he said what's a little tricky and what carriers are going to have to take note of if these are finalized as written is it only applies to the user manual. Drivers are still required to carry or store electronically the instructions for how to transfer data at roadside and the instruction sheet how to deal with a malfunction, not to mention blank logs. It's going to be important for carriers to make sure drivers have access to that either way. It's like your car user manual. You don't need it until you need it, right? The FMCSA also proposes revising a requirement that carriers and intermodal equipment providers sign and return a completed roadside inspection form to their issuing state agency, because not all states require that they're returned. The FMCSA wants the form return requirement to apply only to carriers that are obligated to do so by their state. That could be a problem, he says. While many states do not require these inspection reports to be signed and returned, others still do. If removing the requirement is the best course of action, I wish the FMCSA would have just pulled the trigger for all states, rather than leaving us guessing on who requires it and who doesn't. Then figuring this out and adhering to that's actually a burden. The proposal from the FMCSA to rescind a manufacturer certification label requirement for the rear impact guards on truck trailers, that has a potential enforcement issue lurking. According to Garney, motor carriers have balked at the requirement because the labels can be worn, not legible. What's interesting about this one is this notice is just half the story. Removing this from the FMCSA's regulations will help carriers at roadside, as inspectors won't be able to write the violation. But the requirement still lives in the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards, which are controlled by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. In the event of a failure of a rear guard that has a worn label, who's going to be left holding the bag, he says? Who's in charge here? Now, the list of deregulatory actions has raised some red flags at the Truck Safety Coalition. Of course, they advocate for truck crash victims and their families, stating certainly time has rendered some regulations obsolete. However, the Truck Safety Coalition remains concerned that the FMCSA is kind of rushing to fulfill campaign pledges, failing to uphold their historically high burden to prove any deregulatory changes will not adversely impact safety. As an example, they pointed to the proposal to rescind the regulation requiring retro-reflective sheeting on semi-trailers and trailers, which improves their visibility at night. Trailers manufactured before 1993, the FMCSA said they believe trailers manufactured prior to 1993 are not in use, but they fail to quantify this assertion in any way, shape, or form. Now, as far as eliminating the ELD manual requirement, it's probably a good idea to keep ELD manuals in rigs, as there's no reason to believe all drivers actually receive sufficient training in their use in operation. Something that our victims can tragically attest to. He emphasized the driver fatigue, which the ELD mandate is supposed to help address, actually remains a chronic problem in the industry. It's frequently cited by the National Transportation Safety Board as actually a contributor in most truck crashes. The unintended consequences, that old narrative, the ELD, essentially doing the opposite of what it was intended. 844-844-3388. Hello to the Ice Cream Man, checking in from Davenport, Iowa this morning. Rick is on board. Rick in Columbus there. Hello to Cripshot in the house. Good to have you on board. Let me see, who else? That's Cripshot saying hi to a bunch of folks. Let's see what's going on with the anonymous hippopotamus. Good morning.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, thanks for taking me back there. Trailer's all loaded, and we're headed down the road. You talk about trailers that, 1993 and earlier, probably aren't out on the road. I guess they don't look at the industry of hauling petroleum products. A lot of our trailers out here, we got tank dates because they recertify them every 5 years. They have an annual inspection of the tank, and then they actually recertify the tank every 5 years. But they pretty much just knock the wheels and axles out from the back end of them and check the kingpin, and sometimes replace the kingpin if it's needed, and put new wheels underneath the tank and put it back out here. But I got tanks out here with manufacturer plates on them that are dated back into the 50s. So just because you think things are painted up nice, they look brand new and everything, but there's a lot of things out here that get to be repainted and refurbished a little bit. And I mean, you talk about the number of trucks that are out here right now that don't have to run ELDs because they still have that clause in there that says that if your engine's pre-2000, then you don't need to have the ELD. And so there's still a lot of the equipment out here that like cue ball runs with Orwell when he gets his new frame rails in it there.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got the black dog out here right now. But anyways, so speaking a little bit of older equipment and that, the driver that was out here in the 80s, and I'm not sure exactly when she started there, but driver by the name of Yo-Yo. She was down south there. I
saw that. It was not someone I was familiar with, but I guess, what was she kind of like famous in the industry or something?
Well, she was one of the ones that was a trendsetter out here and proved that she could keep up with any of the big boys out here on the road. And she did all the the trucking industry stuff. And when they ran trucks racing on the racetracks, they took trucks right off the road and ran them on the tracks. And I'm not sure if they got on Talladega, but they ran a bunch of the southern racetracks down there, and I believe they both ran both bobtail and sometimes with trailers, but they put them right out on the track and run, and she was right there competing with them, with everybody else, and she was had a truck that would run and could compete, and so she was pretty well known in the industry. There were a few of the women drivers from the day that proved they were worth their weight in salt by being out here and doing the same job. And and I don't mean just hauling a van trailer. There's a lot of them out here doing the heavy the heavy vocation and equipment moving and the bull hauling, and they stepped right up and did the job that needed to be done. So, but I know she fell ill, had poor health here in the last few years. They'd actually had a GoFundMe page out there to try to help support some of her medical expenses. And sorry to see that she passed at the age she did. She was still pretty young. I think, what was it, 68?
I believe 68. Yeah. I think she came down with multiple sclerosis, MS.
Yep. So anyways, there, just a tip of the hat to her and everything that she did. And she she was part of the whole original thing there, the women in trucking that, probably got women in trucking started. So we'll see. It's good to give her a little mention there. So the other thing, I heard Eagle talking about NASCAR going to Mexico City there.
Yeah.
And you were saying how they didn't have any issues at the track. But do they say anything about for the spectators? I mean, do spectators go there from the United States and have to travel there and stay in hotels there and get back and forth and from the hotels to the track? And what about that? Are they doing special security for them? Because I've always been glad that the two cruises that we did with you, that we stayed out in the Caribbean or Caribbean or whichever way you say that out there. Depends on whether you got Johnny Depp out there, Captain Jack Sparrow and the Black Pearl chasing you. I'm glad that we didn't have a Mexico stop. It would have been a consideration to travel with you, because I pretty much for a long time said that I won't cross the border into Mexico, won't give the Mexican people or government a nickel. And so I have no intention to go into one of the resorts, no matter how safe they say the resorts are.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if you get on the edge of the resort, if you get too close to the edge of the resort, some of those people are waiting right there to snag you or pick you off, or I don't know. Just doesn't seem like a whole lot of fun to me. So I think I'll just keep my money here in the United States and go out and vacation on a boat where it stays going to a safer location, kind of like what you picked for us to do before. So I don't know. My 2 cents, Your Honor. As the Grump would say, it's just my opinion. But anyways, other than that, now we're loaded up. We're going to do our thing here, and I guess we'll have a one and done. But yeah, by the time we get done going to Southern Maryland and have to come back through the Baltimore and Washington rush hours, I think you might be napping by the time I get done this morning, Your Honor.
Oh yeah.
We'll have to see. So. All right, with that, we'll let you go out there and do some due diligence at this point.
All righty.
You know what you got to do.
Thank you very much. All right, the anonymous hippopotamus. There you go, about 8 before the hour. Back after this.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control, on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
You know, I'm thinking along the lines of, obviously, the the race haulers will have escorts and whatnot, getting them from point A to point B, across the border and safely to Mexico City. But I mean, week after week, when it comes to NASCAR, you typically see the racing wives and often their children that accompany them to the races. Are the drivers going to take their kids? Are going to take your wives? I would presume they're just going to. Most of them have their RVs that they'll have there in the infield. I'm guessing they're not going to be traveling around, having to be out on the streets of Mexico City alone. But, I mean, literally 2 weeks ago, there was a travel advisory even for all of us American citizens as we finalize our summer vacation plans. If you're headed to Mexico's pristine shores, some that are frequented often by the Hollywood stars. Yeah, we spoke to the creator behind COI Traveler, a travel blog and platform about what Americans should be wary of ahead of summer travels to Mexico. People love Mexico, they say, because it's a good time. It's affordable. It's drivable. But you gotta be cautious. Thefts, scams, cartel violence. The travel experts' tips come as the U.S. State Department, in conjunction with the U.S. Embassy in Mexico, have issued an urgent travel warning for Baja California Sur, La Paz, Los Cabos, Cabo San Lucas, escalating security concerns in those popular tourist destinations. The travel alert reported that cartels have made threats against officials, adding that Americans in Cabo San Lucas, San Jose del Cabo, and La Paz should expect to see increased security presence and public transportation restrictions. They actually issued travel advisories, the State Department that is, for each of Mexico's 32 states based on varying safety conditions. We'll give you more on that. Coming up here. I don't think a lot of folks from here are going to be headed down to Mexico City to watch the racing action.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The presidents we expect will discuss the matter this week.
The White House says a trade deal with China is coming.
White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett was asked about the status of trade negotiations on ABC's This Week. He said the trade team has been focused 100% like a laser beam on the China matter. Hassett adds that he expects President Trump will update the tariff plan this week. Trump accused China of violating its trade deal and announced that he was doubling steel and aluminum tariffs. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Trump is set to meet with Germany's new chancellor at the White House on Thursday.
It's the first face-to-face meeting between the two leaders since Friedrich Merz was elected in early March. Discussions are expected to focus on trade policy and the Russia-Ukraine war as both leaders push for a ceasefire deal. Merz is the leader of Germany's center-right Christian Democratic Union. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial continues in Lower Manhattan with more testimony from one accuser, while another could take the stand as soon as midweek.
A former Diddy personal assistant known only as Mia faced another day of cross-examination Monday, again saying Diddy sexually assaulted her and threatened her life. She defended loving texts to him, claiming she was brainwashed. A Beverly Hills hotel employee also took the stand, saying Diddy was charged for oil damage. Meanwhile, a security worker at the LA hotel where Diddy was seen on video attacking ex Cassie Ventura is expected to testify under immunity Tuesday, and an accuser using the pseudonym Jane could take the stand as early as Wednesday. I'm Kristen Marks.
A sheriff's deputy in Washington State is in custody after being arrested for alleged rape and sexual misconduct.
Prosecutors say Ricardo Cueva was leader of the Sheriff's Explorer program when he earned the trust of a teenage girl who was a volunteer in the program. When she turned 17, Cueva sexually assaulted the girl. Cueva owns over 25 guns. If he posts bond, the guns would be seized and Cueva would be placed on GPS monitoring. I'm Brad Ford.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Parole is being recommended for a former follower of Charles Manson.
The California Parole Board panel has made the recommendation for 77-year-old Patricia Krenwinkel, who was among those convicted for the Tate LaBianca murders in 1969. Krenwinkel's original death sentence was reduced to life in prison, following a California Supreme Court ruling that rescinded death sentences issued before 1972. The panel's recommendation still has to be reviewed by Governor Newsom and the full Board of Parole hearings. Newsom rejected a recommendation for Krenwinkel's parole in 2022. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Summer travel is upon us, and if your plans include traveling abroad, a Middle Eastern carrier is launching a new nonstop flight from Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport.
Etihad Airways says they plan to begin flying from Atlanta to the capital of the United Arab Emirates, Abu Dhabi. Beginning next month, there will be nonstop flights 4 times a week. The Middle Eastern airline says it is currently hiring for a team in Atlanta. The company also plans to add Charlotte, North Carolina to its network map next year. I'm Liz Kennedy.
Toxic heavy metals such as arsenic, cadmium, lead, and mercury are being found in popular rice brands.
A study by Healthy Babies, Bright Futures tested 145 rice samples from various stores in 20 metropolitan areas, including New York, Los Angeles, and Miami. Arsenic was found in all samples, and the study highlighted that brown rice showed the highest levels of heavy metals. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let's get that final hour underway on a Tuesday. Kind of picking up where we left off. NASCAR heads to Mexico City amid State Department advisories about traveling. At this point, some of the popular destinations, such as Mexico City, Quintana Roo, and Nayarit, they are under similar advisories from the State Department right now. Now, for travelers planning to visit in the near future, especially if you're headed to Baja California Sur, it is crucial to heed the advice provided by the embassy and local officials. According to Odell, if driving, you need to plan their route using designated safety corridors. Apparently, the country has a highway system that's monitored more closely and has frequent security checkpoints that can provide tourists with an extra set of eyes during their trip. I mean, you got to go through all this stuff if you're worried about, not being robbed or killed. That doesn't sound like a vacation to me. Now, she said when packing, bring at least one credit card and 2 debit cards, kept separately, to prevent being stranded if one gets lost or stolen. Now, she said that issue's personal after she was robbed and scammed out of $250 while traveling in Tulum, Mexico. She said, I arrived at the port well ahead of her flight to take a water taxi to the airport, but she missed the one that had just left. Soon after, a man approached claiming that due to the COVID changes at that point in time, that the next water taxi would not be arriving on time. And she was panicked about missing her flight. She takes money from the ATM and was rushed to a small aircraft. He told her that you need to take this small private plane, $250. So she takes the $250 out, and she noted she was the only passenger on that little plane, and that also raised a red flag. But once arriving at the airport with plenty of time left, she realized that the urgency was all fabricated. After looking into it, she found out this type of scam, where fear and urgency are used to trick the tourist into overpaying for transportation. It's a common practice. And of course, since she paid in cash, there's no way to get the money back. Now, she suggested, along with multiple credit cards and debit cards, you carry some U.S. dollars and invest in an anti-theft bag to secure valuables. Do not travel with one card. If you're going somewhere, you need a credit card and at least 2 debit cards. The credit card gets locked or the debit card gets stolen. You need a third card to make sure you're good, she says. She also suggested bringing a power bank and downloading offline maps that would include your hotel, the nearest police station, and other locations that would be key in the event of an emergency or poor cell signals. While in Mexico, stay aware of your surroundings. Avoid looking lost. This marks you as a target. Women travelers should consider using drink covers like scrunchy lids, carrying a whistle or personal alarm, and storing valuables in different places. Okay, if something goes wrong, like being scammed or robbed, contact the U.S. Embassy immediately, cancel compromised cards, and get to a safe, populated area. Sounds like so much fun, doesn't it? Celebrities, they say, have long flocked to Mexico for the luxurious resorts, stunning beaches, private retreats. Tulum, which is on the Caribbean coast, frequented by stars like Jennifer Aniston, Paris Hilton, celebrities like the Kardashians, Lady Gaga, Beyonce. They've once been known to frequent Punta Mita, a private peninsula on the Pacific coast. I think I'll just avoid that particular destination. Well, happy Taco Tuesday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. And, of course, the great Knuckle Buster. Looks like we started 58 in Fort Wayne, warming to 87. There you go. Finally, a little taste of summer, maybe. 61 going to 84 in Iona, Michigan, which is this morning's destination for the flip. Have a great day. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. All right, coming up, we'll get to, will we possibly be facing tech-stinction? Not extinction, but add a T, tech-stinction. As an Oklahoma tech expert predicts, artificial intelligence will become so omnipresent on the planet Earth, with the current estimated population of about 8 billion people, we will have just 100 million people left by the year 2300. Sounds like a page right out of the Terminator to me. He explains, and we'll get to that coming up here. First, I mentioned, and we've been hearing in the news, the administration releasing that list of sanctuary cities, letting them know we're coming. Immigration and Customs Enforcement led a monumental sweep, capturing nearly 1,500 illegal aliens in Massachusetts, clamping down on that sanctuary state's illegal immigration crisis in what was a month-long enhanced enforcement operation dubbed Operation Patriot, involving numerous law enforcement agencies, including ICE Boston, FBI, Customs and Border Protection, the ATF, the Department of State's Diplomatic Security Service, and the U.S. Marshal Service, as well as the U.S. Coast Guard. We're doing the job ICE should have been doing all along. And then we enforce all immigration laws. The joint effort resulted in the apprehension of 1,461 illegals, more than half of whom had significant criminal convictions or charges. Federal law enforcement officials targeted individuals tied to transnational crime, gangs, other illegal activities. 790 of the alien offenders were charged with or convicted of crimes in the United States or abroad, according to the press release. Special agent in charge of Homeland Security investigations for the New England region said among those arrested include truly alarming criminals, murderers wanted in their home countries, child predators, drug traffickers. Numerous targets had foreign arrest warrants. Federal immigration attorneys nabbed a 55-year-old Salvadoran national with an Interpol red notice for aggravated homicide, robbery, aggravated kidnapping, and theft in his home country. You know, it's just these good people looking for a better way of life coming to the U.S. ICE arrested a 32-year-old Guatemalan national, registered sex offender, with pending charges in Boston, including 5 counts of indecent assault and battery on a person 14 or over, and trafficking a person for sexual servitude. They noted the man was also arrested in Massachusetts for aggravated rape of a child with a 10-year age gap and indecent assault and battery on a person 14 or over. A 37-year-old Honduran national was among those arrested. He was previously detained for several violent charges, including rape, indecent assault and battery on a person 14 or over, witness intimidation, kidnapping of a minor by a relative, lewd and lascivious conduct, and sexual conduct. During a press conference this past day announcing the results of the operation, media outlets pushed back on ICE's arrest of Marcelo Gomes, an 18-year-old high school student that's unlawfully in the country. The agency explained that Gomes was not the target of the arrest. The acting ICE director told reporters, "We were looking for his father, so obviously he's the father of the year because he brought his son up here illegally as well." He explained Gomes was actually driving his father's vehicle when he was pulled over and taken into custody. Like any local law enforcement officer, if you encounter someone that has a warrant, or like I said, is here illegally, we're going to take action on this. We're doing the job that ICE should have been doing all along. Now, a reporter asked, what is dangerous about a high school junior? Lyons responded, "I didn't say he was dangerous. I said he's in this country illegally, and we're not going to walk away from anybody." But this massive operation follows the border czar Tom Homan's pledge. ICE is going to target all these sanctuary jurisdictions that are shielding illegal aliens from federal immigration enforcement. Over the weekend, he told reporters, "We're doing immigration actions all over the country. You're going to see more teams on the street. You got sanctuary cities." I said, "We're going to flood the zone if we can't arrest a bad guy in the jail. Can't get him in the jail, we'll find him on the streets." Back after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All righty, back at it here. See what's going on with Pappy. What's happening, Pappy?
How about setting fire to people, Steve? This guy was an illegal too.
Yes, correct.
Man, I'll tell you what, man. I mean, Steve, what's this place coming to, man? I don't know, Steve. Hate to say things like this, but I guess too bad I wasn't there when he threw that first Molotov cocktail at somebody and caught him on fire.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't have been taking him in custody at Taser Point. I don't know if I'd want to be tasing somebody carrying gasoline or whatever the heck he was using.
All right. Yep.
Set somebody on fire. But God, and all these leftists, they're not criminals. That's what we're fighting against, Steve.
And all those...
Well, I guess we found out.
You think of all those nearly 1,500 they rounded up there, and then they weren't rounding them out there in the fields picking produce or working the fields, right?
Right. I don't know if you heard about this, Steve. There was a teenager, and I don't know if she's 16, 17, 18, 19. They just said she's a teenager. Traveling, I think this was in Colorado, traveling 90 miles an hour in a 45-mile-an-hour zone. Hit some lady and killed her. And they were just going to, give her probation and turn her loose. And she was illegal. She was here illegally.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know. We got to get Steve. We've been saying for you, we got to get them out. I mean, Trump was not lying when he says we were opening the doors on their prison and insane asylums and sending them all here. That's a fact, Jack.
Yep, they were doing it.
I guess we found out. I guess Russia found out. Well, the whole world's finding out. Warfare in the future, Steve, is probably going to be with drones, man. You can take out a multi-million, if not $1 billion aircraft bombers with probably a $10,000 drone. Man, I'd like to say Ukraine put the whoop down on Russia, Steve, but come on, man. I don't know if it was Ukraine.
Well, that was going to be my next question. How did they have the ability to get those coordinates programmed in? How did the drones actually... I mean, because an aircraft, that's a pretty tight target to be approaching from miles and miles away. How do you program that in to actually hit the damn thing?
Yeah, Steve, I mean, it's... I think it's pretty well known that the satellites flying around up there aren't owned by Ukraine, right?
No.
Hegseth came out today and said that the Trump administration was not told about this strike. He didn't say we didn't know about it. He just said they weren't told before it happened. Part of me says, hey, you want to invade another country, man. I mean, it's fair game, right? The only problem is, Steve, is, man, we are playing with nuclear war here. And I mean, days before, and I got to agree with Hepsos too. I mean, 2 days before these peace talks are supposed to be happening, or within days. Listen, I'm not saying Putin's some, Boy Scout or anything, but we've been talking for years how this intrusion on NATO on his borders, was his red line in the sand, man. It would be the same with us. Man, Steve, I hope they can sit down and get this resolved. Maybe it's sort of kind of like last hurrah, Hopefully, they both got their final licks in, and all right, let's call it a night. Let's sit down here and get this resolved before the nuclear bomb goes off, man. I don't know. Putin ain't going to be happy with this, but hey, you started it. That's all I can say.
Right.
But, all right, my man, that's about all I got, really. It was a beautiful day. Got the grass cut. A little warmer tomorrow. I think they're talking close to 80. Hey, man, I saw a post on Facebook. I don't know if you guys talked about it tonight. I was a little busy doing something earlier. Big Ed, did you see his post on Facebook?
I did. Yeah, he called last week. Yeah, that might have been one of those nights you were out there dealing with the juvenile delinquents or something. But he did break the news that
right.
He's gonna. They're gonna tie the knot. They've been dating for several years, and yep.
Right. Well, more power to him. Congratulations. He posted a picture with that ring on the finger.
Yep.
I had no clue.
Yep.
So, yeah, man. All right. Well, maybe we'll hear from him here soon. And Knuckle Buster, prayers out to him. How's the update on the wife? Did he give any updates? We heard anything?
Yeah, he did. He
from
called
Tennessee.
He called early. They don't have the results of the pancreatic biopsy thing yet. I think they said no bone cancer or whatever. She's going to be starting some rehab, right. I guess, because she's having a hard time walking, apparently. I guess from the many strokes. So,
yeah, man, I'll tell you, Steve. We just a week ago, fellow coworker. He's on a different squad. He works day shift. He's a younger guy. Early 30s, I mean. We're sitting at the briefing table, and he just kind of, I don't know, it's like he nodded out or something and wasn't quite feeling right. I think they sent him home, went to the doctor the next day, and let's get an MRI on the head. Steve, they found a tumor on his melon, man. Cancerous tumor, they believe, and they went in today, did brain surgery. I think they got most of it out. Obviously, they're going to do a biopsy on it. So, wife, 2 young children. So praying for him, hoping, that, I mean, at that age and everything, gosh, just wow.
How things change in the blink of an eye, right? All right, we'll be back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial continues in Lower Manhattan.
A former Diddy personal assistant known only as Mia faced another day of cross-examination Monday, again saying Diddy sexually assaulted her and threatened her life. She defended loving texts to him, claiming she was brainwashed. A Beverly Hills hotel employee also took the stand, saying Diddy was charged for oil damage, and an accuser using the pseudonym Jane could take the stand as early as Wednesday. I'm Kristen Marks.
Trump administration is confident it will overcome any court challenges to the tariff policy.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick told Fox News Sunday that the latest challenge put the trade team back about a week, but added every country has returned to the bargaining table.
All of the countries that are negotiating with us understand the power of Donald Trump and his ability to protect the American worker.
Trump's tariff plan was reinstated by a federal appeals court last week after it was halted by a lower court. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, pick it up there where we left off. going back a couple of years ago before his passing, the genius, what was his name? Hawkins. Was it Stephen Hawkins? Yeah, in reference to artificial intelligence. It kind of made the prediction. It could be the end of mankind. Kind of scary stuff. Now, this is at a time before most all of this, what we have today existing, AI, the Chat GPT, and so many others were even up and running, had come to fruition. Yeah, much of it was just still on in the studying, experimenting stages. They've come so far so fast. Gentleman by the name of Subhash K-A-K teaches computer science at Oklahoma State University in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Says AI is going to be devastating for society and world society. I think people don't have a clue. Now, he doesn't think this dystopian future is going to come via, say, nuclear war or some Terminator sort of scenario, but rather through replacing our jobs. Computers or robots will never be conscious, but they will be doing literally all that we do because most of what we do in our lives can be replaced, he explains. Right now, techsperts fear that AI is rendering humanity obsolete in every sector, from law to academia, even romance. As a result, they suggest birth rates will plunge as people will be hesitant to have kids who are destined to be unemployed, especially given the exorbitant cost of rearing a child. Without people making babies, the global population will suffer an apocalyptic blow, he says. There are demographers who are suggesting as a consequence the world population will collapse. It could go down as low as just 100 million people on the entire planet by the year 2300. He warned of the shocking drop. Of course, none of us will be here at that point in time. With only that many people left on the planet, which he noted was just over the population of the UK. Great metropolises such as London and New York City will turn into ghost towns. Now, he says, I have all the data in the book. This is not just my personal opinion. He is a computer scientist who claims this population shrinkflation is happening before our very eyes. People have stopped having babies. Europe, China, Japan, and the most rapid fall in population right now is taking place in Korea. Now, I'm not saying these trends will continue, but it's very hard to reverse them because a lot of people have children for a variety of reasons. One, of course, social. In the back of your mind, you have a sense of what the future is going to be like. He actually invoked the warnings of Elon Musk, who has been quite vocal about plummeting birth rates and population decline. He's used it as rationale for colonizing Mars. That's why Musk is saying maybe humans should go to space, maybe build colonies elsewhere, so that such a tragedy were to hit Earth, it could be receded. And while he's not sure whether humanity will go extinct, he said, what's absolutely certain is that there is a population collapse occurring right before our eyes. Interesting stuff. Cue the Twilight Zone. Hey, Vic, what's going on? Welcome back.
Well, I'm not exactly that doomsday oriented, but there's not much question we're probably headed for a population collapse. But there's Bible that nobody wants to talk about because it has chapters in it that they deliberately left out of the King James Version of the Bible. And the only people that use it are the Orthodox Ethiopian Jews, I guess. But if you look up the Orthodox Ethiopian Bible, you'll find about the Book of Enoch. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. There's a book, I think, called Jubilee, and another one. And oddly enough, in that Bible, it'll talk about how the Jews are God's chosen people, and every time somebody tries to attack them, they get something worse back at them. And they quote one example of where they were going to have these elephants trample all the Jews, and instead the elephants turned and trampled all of their attackers, I guess you would say. But anyway, before I get way off in the weeds there on that there, Pappy had mentioned about housing construction the other day, and I was just curious, really, why he got out of that. And because I don't have really a house anymore. I just call it a glorified tar paper shack. And the reason I say that, the siding is so flimsy that if you happen to get next to a neighbor and the sunlight reflects off their window, it will literally melt the siding. There are no trusses anymore. It's something that Weyerhaeuser makes, a little bitty flimsy thing, and it's basically just a whole bunch of wood shavings glued together and pressed, and then they have these little slots they have to fit in and metal hangers. The trusses are 2x2s. They're not the old-fashioned 2x6s. And what you were talking about all these different people that are coming into this country, most of these builders use this type of labor to build all of this. So by and large, they're walking around with keys to your house and everything else for a long time. And when I had this house built, my air conditioner got stolen, all the wiring got stolen, the appliances got stolen. And I said to him, I said, well, did you report this, or do you have insurance on it, or what's the deal? Well, I later figured out that we were the insurance. They just had that built into the cost of the house.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, well, that just happens, in construction. So basically, I was just kind of curious because Pappy mentioned about all the laws he had to adhere to, and I just wondered if he just decided he would rather do something else, or if the housing just got so bad. I know my brother-in-law, he was building houses at the time the old-fashioned way, and finally he just said, I'm not building a house like that, and there's no way that he could compete price-wise with the way that they were building them currently. So I was just kind of curious about that, why he decided to choose a different occupation. Because, well, my brother-in-law, he chose a different occupation than house building, but he had enough background in naval stuff, marine stuff, that he basically wound up working for a company that was reworking all the different ships and everything. Some were the Great Lakes that had to be, those ships get beat to death. And then he later went to Florida and working on some sort of military project. And oddly enough, the Great Lakes places, they used all Chinese workers. They used all foreign workers when they were working for the Defense Department in Florida, because he said virtually there are no Americans with shipbuilding skills anymore. So at least that was his thought. Of course, I believe I know he's retired now, but anyway, it just kind of, when I was thinking about all this different stuff that was going on, it just kind of struck me as odd as to why that Pappy decided he would go to law enforcement and get away from home building. And even way back when I worked for the government, and we set up all this different soil types and what you could and couldn't do, somehow they went around it, as far as the size of the lot and your drainage and all that. somehow somebody got the law passed to where that they could build what they call these cluster subdivision, when you said on these postage stamp lots, and there has to be so much setback, and some of them they didn't measure too good. So, but a lot of these, well, to tell you that your lot has to have a minimum of 5-yard side yard. I mean, we're going back to the old days to where if one catches on fire, you'll set the whole block on fire. You know. And and of course, coming up on July the 4th, I get a little nervous about that. My neighbors get upset with me, and I get upset with them. It's not the fireworks. I'm not worried about that, but I don't want them setting my house on fire. You know what I mean? So
right.
And
that's
what I'm upset about.
It happens every year, right? Hell, even what Big Ed had was it his brother? He had a relative that burned their damn house down. It wasn't the fireworks display itself. It was all those cakes and mortars and whatnot that they had thrown into the garbage can at the end of the night without dousing them in water. And these things can smolder for hours and hours. At the garbage can, filled up the can, don't see any smoke or anything. Put the garbage can back behind the house. Next thing you know, house is on fire. Well, speaking of Semper Fi, hello, Knuckle Buster.
Morning again, Mr. Steve Summers. Hey, we almost got it licked, brother. Well, let's do the Semper Fi shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, all them other Marines out there. Pappy, I thank you for asking about Tennessee. Hey, Big Ed, God created all men free and equal. If you get married, it's your own damn fault. Can't blame nobody else for it. And it was one of the best decisions I made 45 years ago, Steve. So I'm just kidding there. All right, have yourself a great blessed day, brother. I'm going to get on into Memphis there and get back quiet and let, like Horse Feather said, there's somebody more intelligent than me in here.
Well, thanks for dialing us back up. Yeah, and we'll be anticipating a full report on Tennessee there. Whenever the details come back, whatever you're able to share with us, right? So we had the head of a pro-American energy watchdog group telling us that his investigations into several of former President Biden's climate-related executive actions, executive orders, have uncovered criminal and evil evidence that members of the White House acted without presidential authorization while he was in mental decline. Energy expert Daniel Turner, founder of Power of the Future, the nonprofit that released a damning report last week revealing that at least 8 major actions taken by, what was supposed to be President Biden were allegedly signed via auto pen, joined the latest episode of Breitbart News Saturday to highlight the gravity of his organization's findings and other similar reports. While their review covered actions related to climate and energy, including the January 6 offshore drilling ban and then the March of 2023 Arctic drilling ban, March 25 report from the Heritage Foundation's Oversight Project found that every document we could find with Biden's signature over the course of his presidency, besides the one announcing the end of his reelection campaign, had the same auto pen signature. Of course, CNN's Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson's expose entitled Original Sin has also been dominating the media cycle as it's become the first major report out of the mainstream left to accuse White House officials of actually orchestrating a massive cover-up of Biden's faltering mental health. He said, I get so angry when I have these controversies about this because I deal with the people whose livelihoods were destroyed. It takes a lot of effort to not curse and be profane because of what they did to the American people. It's not just criminal, it's evil. It's genuinely morally reprehensible. The damage we did, what we continue to do to the American people, all because we are worried about Donald Trump. Now, bringing attention to the Biden staffers who would have been the ones to weaponize the auto pen, Turner said they do have some presidential immunity. But this is criminal, right? When you're impersonating the president, when you're impacting the war in Ukraine, for instance. Because like I said, when you ban the export of liquid natural gas, what we did was we forced Russia to sell more natural gas to the Turks, to the South Koreans, to other countries who just ignored the ban of Russian fossil fuels. And then the French and the Germans, the Italians, just bought in from mediators. So we impacted wars. People died as a result of this, quite literally. So there's no hiding behind presidential privilege. There's no saying, well, I was working for the president. You can't subpoena me. These are criminal, allegedly criminal acts that are worthy of investigation. You cannot act in persona presidente, right? You can't commandeer the president's autopan and actually put forward policies. Now, I said, as they said in the book, when they're willing to do undemocratic things to protect democracy, these people are admitting they're willing to do undemocratic things to stay in power. And that's what they did the last 4 years with the auto pen. Now, he said the Futures Review discovered an utter lack of proof that Biden even knew about several major climate actions. He never publicly spoke or even acknowledged them. This group sent letters this week to several agencies, including the Department of Justice, the Environmental Protection Agency, the Department of Interior, and the Department of Energy, calling for an investigation. Letters also sent to the House and Senate oversight committees. Speaking to Boyle, Turner continued, when you have an executive order to ban offshore oil and gas drilling, that's a pretty damn big ban. When you have that and you sign it by auto pen, there are process crimes. Someone had to draft this. Someone had to put it on paper. Someone had to bring that paper to the auto pen machine, which is under lock and key. Someone had to open it. Someone had to confirm. And I'm not throwing names under the bus, but I'm just going to use titles. The chief of staff had to know what was going on. The staff secretary. I mean, every time Donald Trump signs an executive order, we see the staff secretary hand him that order, explain it, the president signs it. There's personnel that are all involved in that process.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
A couple of final tidbits here. Thank you. Pappy said word on the street kind of has it that in regards to the auto pen, it was actually being used as a moneymaker. You know, $200,000 for a signature. A lot of suspects, chief of staff, Biden's top aides, all kind of suspect in this. We'll talk about that more on our Wednesday morning program. Oh, Vic, and he says he'll let you know why he got out of construction. I was talking earlier about the travel advisories to Mexico. Rumble Strip checks in. He says, we've traveled to Playa del Carmen for vacations the past 4 years. We've never had any issues today. We fly into Cancun. We take a shuttle 45 minutes south to our hotel. All right, thanks for chiming in. He says, have a great day. Thank you so much. All right. Final note, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to when storing automobiles, boats, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around for an extended period of time with gas in it. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And with that, we will call it a Tuesday. Thank you so much for spending some time with us. When we come back at the midnight hour tonight, hey, anybody know what day it'll be? Hump Day.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just make this bed my home. Darling, let me sleep. Give me my dreams. except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go.